The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The Grand Chess Tour reaches its epic conclusion at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. It's official. We have a new champion with Fabiano Caruana clinching the title. But there is plenty left to play for with the Sinquefield Cup and its incredible prize fund still up for grabs. Players must have been in a Wild West mood because there were quick draws everywhere. Co-leader Aronian-Dominguez hoped to gain some ground, but was unable to get any traction, settling for half a point. We're all tied up with the cup on the line. The final round of the 2023 Sinquefield Cup coming up next.
Welcome to round 9 of the Sinquefield Cup. It has been an amazing tournament, and let's enjoy the final round together. Let's go back to the studio and get started.
Hello and welcome, and it's the final day of the Sinquefield Cup. And guess what? There is a two-way tie for first place, but 5 players remain in contention. Whatever happens today, a Sinquefield Cup winner will be crowned. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and as always, it's a great pleasure to be commentating all the action alongside these two very clever grandmasters, Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Jovi, it's a pleasure to be with you, Peter, as well. It's been a great tournament, it really is, but it's championship round. Everything's going to end today. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage. Indeed, this is it. This is the final round of the 2023 Sinquefield Cup. And as Jovi has been saying, we will be crowning a champion. Will it be Fabi putting an exclamation mark on a stellar year? Will it be the wild card, Aronian-Dominguez, spoiling the party? Will the improbable happen? 5-way tie for first? Lots to talk about. Jovi, do the honors. Tell our viewers the standings.
Absolutely. And let's check out the final not the final standings, the standings after round 8. And here we can see it's a two-way tie between Fabiano Caruana and Aronian-Dominguez, both players on 4.5 points out of 7. Someone else who is on 4.5 points is Wesley So, but he has played 8 games because of Jan-Krzysztof Duda's withdrawal after round 2. So that means his tournament is over, but all he can do is sit and wait and find out which place he will finish on after today's games.
Precisely. And what about our Grand Chess Tour standings?
Absolutely. And there we can see Fabiano Caruana went into the Sinquefield Cup with 33 Grand Chess Tour points. He was virtually assured of first place, and of course he's leading the competition with +2, which means that he has won the Grand Chess Tour. But there is a big battle in finding out who will finish in 2nd and 3rd place between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and perhaps Wesley So.
Our format, Jovi.
And the players are playing a 10-player round robin at a classical time control of 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and then a 30-second increment from move 1. And my favorite part, no draw offers allowed.
Fighting chess assured, but we talked about it. There's a possibility of a playoff. Tell us what happens in case of a playoff. What's the format?
Well, things will get dramatic and nerve-wracking at the same time. If 2 players are tied for first today, then it will be decided by a 2-game rapid match with a time control of 15 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. If there are 3 or more players tied for first, then it will all be decided by a blitz round robin. 10 minutes plus 5 seconds is their shorter time control. And If things are still not decided after this playoff, well then everything, and I mean everything, will be decided by Armageddon, where White will have 5 minutes on the clock, Black will have 4 minutes, but Black does get draw odds and no time is added at all whatsoever. But I tell you one thing, if playoffs happen, they happen today.
Outstanding. Looking forward to that. In case of a playoff, and there we have it, our Grand Chess Tour champion Fabiano entering the tournament hall as he's getting ready to do battle in the final round. Peter, lots of potential scenarios for you to talk about.
Absolutely.
Here and
There's still a lot to discuss in both the Sinquefield Cup, of course, and also the winner of the Grand Chess Tour for this year has been decided, but there's a lot to play for. Second and third qualifiers will play in the next year's tour, which is a very, very important deal to a lot of these players. We've seen it in interviews. So let's take a look at the standings and talk about some of those details. As you have already seen, these are the standings before the all-important 9th round. Only 3 players are above 50%. Wesley So is done. He's finished all 8 games, and today he gets to be a spectator, whereas for Fabiano and Leinier, it seems like a straight shootout for first. Although if both of them were to lose, we could enter some very, very exciting territory. And let's take a look at how they got here. This is the only player with the entirety of his line score filled out. As you can see there, 2 very nice victories in rounds 4 and 6 against Rapport, and a very, very nice technical game against Levon Aronian, but a bad loss against Fabiano Caruana in round 7. Derailed his title chase, and he made a quickish draw yesterday, finishing on 4.5 out of 8. Next one up is Aronian-Dominguez, who started by making 4 draws and then a very important victory with Black against Anish Giri, which we will also be talking about the Kansas qualification. That was a seismic event in that respect. And then a victory against Rapport, draw yesterday, plays Black against his neighbor Levon Aronian today. And the man of the year, not the man of the hour, the man of the year, Fabiano Caruana, very, very nice tournament for him, 4 draws, then a rest day, then a bye, and then he won 2 in a row. Very, very exciting game with Black against Alireza, and then he beat Wesley. Draw yesterday, plays Rapport, who is tied for last today with the white pieces. You would assume he's a slight favorite before the round begins.
Yes.
And all of that, the 2 games that we will be watching, I think, with the most interest are the St. Louis Derby, so to speak, between Levon Aronian and Aronian-Dominguez, in which Levon historically is slightly ahead with a 5-3 score in decisive games and 15 draws. So that's definitely one to watch. And the other one is the aforementioned game between Fabiano Caruana, who leads the tournament, and Rapport, who is not really doing all that well in the tournament. Far fewer games between them than in the previous matchup. But Fabi is once again ahead, 3-1 with 7 draws. And there you see them on your screen, getting ready for the tournament. Very important pre-game ritual of making sure every piece is exactly correct. And the happiest part of my day, introducing Women Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovich with all the chess news. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you, Peter. It's an honor for me to be introduced by you all these days. Thank you so much for that. And hello, everyone. It's really hard to believe we have the last round today, and it feels a little bit sad, actually, that the tournament is going to be finished today. I'm here for you, waiting for the players when they come here and give their interviews after the end of the games. I'm also taking care of social media accounts together with Begim Tohirjonova. Please follow our accounts, St. Louis Chess Club and Grand Chess Tour, to get more information, more insights. Let me remind you about some news which happened today. Today we have actually the birthday of former world champion Magnus Carlsen. Let's congratulate him. He has the 33rd year of his life, and actually 2023 was really successful for him. He managed to win 2 events of Grand Chess Tour in Poland and Croatia. You can see on the next picture, if we will see it, how he's celebrating his victory 9 out of 9 in this event. And in 2016, Magnus Carlsen managed to win the World Championship match on his birthday. And the second post I wanted to pay attention is the post from yesterday, where we can see the players chatting with each other after the end of the games. We know the two games finished simultaneously. Anish Giri, Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So and Nepomniachtchi were chatting and speaking about the sports in the candidates tournament in a very nice and friendly atmosphere. It's really great to see players after the games when they have time also to speak with each other. And then we also, of course, we also see them fighting during the rounds. So it was a really nice moment, and our brilliant photographer Leonard Otis have made all those photos. And now round 9 is about to start. Let's go back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasia. Yeah, I love all that social media stuff.
I know, and I love it when
Behind
the
the
players
scenes.
are getting together and working out all the possible permutations of who will qualify for the FIDE candidates, who will perhaps win this event. We're going to find out.
Tell our viewers what they can expect in the pairings for
Yes.
this championship round.
This
Jovi.
could get very spicy. Now, we did mention it's possible for there to be a 5-way tie.
How?
For this to happen, Nepomniachtchi needs to beat Anish Giri with the white
Okay.
pieces. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also needs to win against Alireza Firouzja. For Levon Aronian, he also there on 3.5 points, needs to get up to the golden 4.5 points by beating Leinier-Dominguez. And Fabiano Caruana takes on Richard Rapport, and Richard is the one who needs to win with the black pieces. And Wesley So, he does not play
Would
today
be
because
cheering all of that.
yes, he has the bye, but he already has 4.5 points out of 8.
As we see the players getting ready, and Chris Bird, the chief arbiter, giving the last instructions, probably to do with the playoffs as well. And
Well,
play
it's
underway.
Showtime, Yasser.
It really is, but just before we get into the showtime, the players have been fighting very, very hard. Jovi, what are they fighting for? Tell us about the prize money.
It's a beautiful number here on our screens. First place wins $100,000 as well as those golden Grand Chess Tour points. Second place, $65,000, $48,000 for third place. And even there's a substantial amount of money for the player who finishes last.
Exactly. And Peter told us about the two marquee games that we're going to witness. The one between Fabi as white against Richie. Now, Richie just had a horrible outing in the King's Indian defense against Wesley So, and I don't think Wesley sitting in his hotel room would be very happy if Richie was to play a King's Indian. What will he play, Peter?
You'll never know. I think
Richard,
an
after all.
honest answer, or at least an honest answer, if we consider Richard of old.
Yes.
Before he became a much more solid, well-rounded player who plays mainline openings. But him actually sort of staring at the screen there, or staring just off into a distance here, is maybe an indication that something quirky might
occur.
Might come. Because if you want to play e6, you will play e6 much faster than it has been. Not played so far.
Right.
We'll see. I will just say that Fabio apparently didn't get the memo because he is the only player not playing 1e4 today. There will be open positions in every other game, but Fabi is sticking to his idea of playing d4, c4. It brought him great success in an all-important game against Wesley So, where he was absolutely winning by move 13-ish in a Nimzo, which really doesn't happen very often, and must be a welcome sign for anybody.
Well, the rest of the players seem to be moving along. Richard, as you mentioned, kind of staring off in the distance. Just tell our viewers what he might be thinking about. King's Indian already mentioned.
Yeah, King's Indian is,
Nimzo-
well, okay. We now have an
A
answer.
Slav.
A Slav, but in a move order which I think generally is considered to be somewhat inferior to the classical. My feeling is maybe specifically because of bishop f4, d5 and e3, or at least that was always my understanding, that this is the reason you don't want to be playing the Slav in this particular move order. Because what that allows is for white to play positions which are maybe spiritually close to the exchange Slav, but without exchanging the pawns on d5, which of course is, you preserve the option, but you're not committing to it yet. But Fabi very quickly says, no, I'm okay with just playing the classical variations, goes knight f3. And now we're assuming c6 is going to be followed by d5. You can still switch to some very, very suboptimal stuff with d6, but I hope he doesn't do that.
Right.
Suboptimal. Did you just throw an insult out there?
Yes, I mean, if you compare the Slav to the old Indian, which is what you will get after, I'm assuming you play d6 with the intention of playing this position, you kind of have to feel, in particular in the age where everybody analyzes with engines, you feed this to the engine, it will immediately give white like +1 by move 5. It's not maybe all that bad, but still, it's on our screen right now that it's maybe not the greatest opening in the world. d5, knight c3 in the meantime played. Curious as to what suits Richard the best in this position, because options are extremely wide actually. You can go for the Chebanenko positions with a6. He's already played e6, bishop f5 is also playable. D takes c4 is of course the main move and has been for the longest time.
Yeah.
And I would think that he probably would like at least a chance to somewhat, redeem his tournament by playing a fighting game today. And in that respect, I thought maybe the Chebanenko, some of the quirkier things after d takes c4 were maybe a better shot, but he goes for e6. Fabi very quickly says no to the Moscow anti-Moscow, no to the Botvinnik variation, just a classical Merano or anti-Meran, depending on what he does after the expected move knight bd7, which is by far the most popular here.
So which one after knight d7 is more popular? Moving the queen to c2 or bishop to d3? Because I always found bishop to d3 the trickier opening to handle.
Bishop d3 is old school.
Yeah.
Queen c2, Karpov really kind of
I think bishop d3 is becoming the meta once again, because it felt to me that it was extremely popular maybe in the mid-90s. There were a lot of theoretical discussions. There was the famous game between Kasparov and Kramnik even, which Kramnik won, I think, in Dos Hermanos in the mid-90s. And then I think people switched to queen c2 because people thought, why do I need to study all this extremely sharp stuff, which sometimes, in particular if black goes for the a6 lines here, e4, c5, and you get these absolutely fantastic variations after both d5 and d5.
Right.
Then there was maybe a resurgence when Vachier-Lagrave used this line with black with great success in the Bonn match against Kramnik, where he went, and that was a kind of an early precursor of the modern approach, where I think Vichy, he won 2 games with black in that line. And I think both times he went for lines which he knew are unbelievably risky against best play, but he felt he was the better prepared player, and he felt that the risk is worth it because if Vlad doesn't know exactly how it's refuted, it's going to be extremely difficult to refute over the board. And it paid off. But yeah, these positions are very, very tricky to navigate. Whereas if you play queen c2, you probably don't achieve very much, but you also run almost no initial risks. You will get to move 15 with a very stable position where subtle intricacies of positional play will matter, but no serious cost to any single move.
You're reminding me of a candidates game I played with Michael Tal. I literally had spent a month working on these Murano positions after knight b8 to d7 with my coaches. We were having a lot of fun analyzing these positions, and I came very proudly to the board. I played my move bishop d3, and Misha played against me a move I had never seen literally before and probably since. He just played the move bishop b4, and it was just so absolutely annoying. Here was one of my 30-minute thinks, and I didn't get an advantage out of the opening, and I'm just wondering, is it on your database bishop b4, Jovi? Bishop knight b8, d7.
Knight d7.
Bishop d3.
Bishop d3.
And now bishop b4.
Yes.
Yeah, how many games?
I'm actually eagerly looking at this because any type of shortcut against the complications,
you
there.
take a look at.
So Garry Kasparov faced it against Robert Hübner back in 1986.
Right.
Wow,
That
It's an
my
old
candidates
move
were.
there.
1985 was when Michael Tal played it. Have you ever faced Bishop before?
I don't
or-
really play the classical Meran with white, so I wouldn't have had an opportunity. And when there was a brief moment when I was including this as my part of my repertoire with white, but at that point my idea was very much to play Queen C2 and then to play the Shabalov attack.
Exactly, with
G4, which that was maybe the early 2000s. It hasn't really been analyzed as completely as it feels to have been analyzed by now. It felt playable. Even then, you kind of knew you're not really going to be better if black reacts properly, but it was a very fun position, very fresh position to analyze, so I had this a couple of times. But yeah, the classical Bishop D3 I have almost never played, I think.
Tell us about Leinier's position, Peter,
Sure.
because that is our co-leader as well.
Yeah, this one began as Leinier trying to play the Berlin, Lev saying no, D2, D3, move 4, Bishop C5, castles. Interestingly here, Leinier decides not to play knight D4, which I feel is still the best move in the position, or at least the most popular move in this position.
Right.
People generally just play knight D4 here. And after takes C3, Bishop B6, there have been attempts to fine-tune this for white to get something, but okay. Yeah, the old Richard is back today. Excellent.
The old Richard.
You can do some really strange stuff here. For instance, Bishop A4 sides, like playing it before it even gets chased by C6 is somehow something that people do. But normally you play something like knight A3, C6, Bishop A4, let's say D6. The knight comes to C4. And if white were in time to first of sidestep the fork, play F2, F4 in a good spot, he would be a bit better. But black obviously always has something to say about that. But instead of all of those, D6 was played by Leinier.
Knight C3.
Knight C3 played by Levon. I think the intention here is to go knight A4. Yeah, I had this with white via different move orders. This position is, I think, it's fine for black, but you can definitely have a little bit of a bite if black doesn't play entirely precisely. One kind of a quirky variation here is knight d4, knight c5, knight b5, and now we go with our knight hanging. We continue chasing this one down. I had this against Vladimir Kramnik once with the white pieces. It's a bit better for white. It's nothing particularly special, but it's a bit better for white generally, I think, is the feeling. And let's briefly return. The reason I kind of went a bit wild there is Richard played e6, waited for the move e2, e3, and then played g6. This is very much don't try this at home territory.
Well, I had included, because of my match with Karpov, the Schlechter Slav into my repertoire. In those days, E2, E3 was what Anatoly Karpov played exclusively, so I didn't have to worry about the knight C3 variation. But G7, G6, knight C3, bishop G7, bishop D3 is how our games went. And I would never have considered the move E7, E6 in that
it's
specific
actively
position.
counterproductive. Yeah,
Exactly.
If we talk about the Schlechter, one of the major ideas for black in all of these types of positions, and Gatakamsky, I guess, these days is by far the main proponent of this for black. You always want to get rid of this bishop and then play 7 6.
Exactly.
So you very, very happily snap on F3 the moment the opportunity presents itself.
Right.
And then you play this structure, which is actually, with the bishop gone from behind the chain,
not bad.
Is very solid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very, very solid.
And you also get this type of structure with e6, but in certain variations where you've won the bishop path, say for instance, I'm thinking of, I can't remember what it's called though, the very, very sharp ones. But okay, the e-pawn is gone though, I think, in those kind of positions.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, you know, the Moscow, I think it's called
It'll come to us.
the Moscow, right?
In the Moscows you also do this sometimes.
You do this type of thing.
But this is very important to get rid. So important, in fact, that one of the main moves in this position is h3, just to not let this happen at all.
Right.
So the idea of playing maybe bishop d3, h3 is the more popular one, but all of them exist.
Yes.
Trying to keep it on c8.
Right.
And here Richard is playing the Schlechter, tempo down. And honestly, I would argue maybe passing would be better than e6 in this position.
A6.
This kind of
vastly superior to e6.
But this kind of approach can work if you're playing an extremely aggressive opponent and you're just basically say, come get me. I'm just going to wait for you to seized the initiative in the center, and then the bishop on g7. But bearing in mind that Fabiano, doesn't necessarily have to go all in to win.
Yeah,
No.
I'm not sure about waving a red flag in front of Fabi. First of all, does the move e7, e6 exist in our database?
Yes, it does.
It's been played how many times?
It's been played before, and actually has quite a few big names playing
Wow.
it. So Lazaro Bruzon
from
has
Cuba.
played it. Negi, the Grandmaster from India, has also played it, as has Yu Yang Yi. This was in 2011.
What are their attempts to refute e7, e6?
I don't know if we can actually... The way to try and really refute it would be to play something like b3 with the intention of meeting bishop g7 with bishop a3, but you have to contend with queen a5, you'll have to make a slightly awkward move, queen c1. The engine likes even this, to be honest. I was worried about knight e4, but it says now we will quite happily play b4, and we will be better here. You can definitely consider playing b3, but I think in practical terms for Fabi, he clearly did not expect this. Nobody ever expects this.
Right.
So you're not going to not get an advantage if you just play kind of simple chess, like we castle, they castle, we play, I don't know, b3 here.
Right.
Put the bishop on a3 now. You play queen c2. And once again, this is not unplayable for black. I'm guessing if I were to try and figure out how black will try to solve the problems here, you play knight bd7, you probably play b6, bishop b7, you try to play c6, c5. If all of that happens while white is still faffing about on the back rank, black is probably okay.
Right.
But white can play more energetically. You can put the bishop on a3, you can push for e3, e4 breaks. You can also prepare for b7, b6, because now your knight e5 is strong. You can also definitely consider taking on d5, because cd5, knight b5 basically just loses. So black will be obliged to take with this pawn. And this structure is not always great, although it's playable. It's not. Once again, I should maybe scale down the, my disapproval of this. Mm-hmm. This is not going to lose a game for black, or at least not immediately out of the opening. It's just that this is clearly something you do to avoid playing a theoretical game against somebody who you feel is probably better prepared than you are.
Right.
And just to get a game by move 15, by also, bishop d3, bishop g7 in the meantime on the board. You're trying to get a new, fresh position probably neither of you have seen by move 15.
Right.
Very likely that Richie will get that. The big question, after playing bishop d3, the big question for me is, can we just play e4 here?
Yeah.
And the answer seems to be this is not that bad, because black can try playing for the c6, c5 break. I still think this should be quite seriously better for white, like a rook e1, I don't know, knight d7, bishop g5. I want to play queen d2, bishop h6, of course. c5, d5 is always going to be quite pleasant. e5 is maybe the preferred pawn break, but even this position doesn't look very safe. You're quite far behind in development.
Right.
It seems to be borderline playable, but it's also quite clearly very, very risky. All of this is kind of a welcome sign, because we're not going to get a boring game.
For sure.
But Richard is definitely taking significant risks on board today.
Yes. Before we look at the other two boards, let's just update our game between Levon and Leinier. Again, we have a Berlin with d3. Bishop c5 castles. I will echo the words of Peter. I've always felt that knight d4 is absolutely the go-to move here and equalizes comfortably. Leinier went for d7, d6. The move knight c3 is a kind of a statement. I'm looking to win the two bishops. There he goes. With the move knight a4. Yes, you're welcome to win the two bishops. Please capture on b6 and open up my rook. Okay, well, I'll pause for the moment. C2, C3. Jovi, lots of games from this position. Very theoretical dispute still going on here.
Yes, Magnus Carlsen has had this with the white pieces against Wang Yue. Mm-hmm. And another one is Palach against Etienne Bacro has also played this in 2018. That game was a draw. Also, last one passed, but I think he still plays. Kevin Spraggett, Canadian Grandmaster.
Yes.
He
Big shout out to
2004.
Kevin. Right, yeah. We played together in the candidates. So C2, C3 on the board, and then the two remaining games.
Yeah, those are, let's start maybe with they're both interesting in just how many moves they made, And let's start with the one where I can understand what's going on.
That's always a good...
It's a bit easier with this one. This is a game between MVL and Alireza, the French teammates. Once again, Berlin was ventured.
Yes.
Castles was played, but not d4, so we're playing a rook e1, which is generally quite a sedate opening,
Yes.
but not in this particular variation, which is something we had in this tournament.
The pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, the bishop f4 pawn sacrifice. We had this in that game between Wesley So and Levon Aronian, but after bishop d4, knight d5, Levon went for the more modern approach of playing c6 instead of d6. Whereas in this game, Alireza says, no, I will actually be able to remember what the file says, and goes for the absolute main line, bishop g5, f6, bishop h4, takes on, g5 first actually, queen e4, white needs to be playing very, very energetically and very quickly in the center, bishop b2, rook e1, black goes bishop b5 back, f4 blows everything up. Obviously, you can't play slowly here. If you give black time to start chasing your pieces away, you're two pawns down, so f4 very understandable, takes, d5, bishop d3, and black has already replied with bishop f5, queen f5, queen takes d5, queen h7, king f8. The reason I'm sort of rushing through all of this is still theory. Even I have seen this, and I don't play it with either color. So I recognize this, this landscape. And it's one of the positions where it looks very dangerous for black. Rook on a8 is currently not participating in the defense. The king seems bare, but if you look at it with engines, I think the engines will just tell you this holds.
Yeah.
And very often it just ends in some kind of a repetition. Here, queen h8, queen h7 might be one logical repetition. A move like bishop g6 might look scary, but after queen g8, we actually need to start going back. And just to illustrate, let's say, if you end up in some kind of a position like this, where black gets king knight d6 in, gets king e7 in, the rook comes out, black is still two pawns up, perhaps the pawn on h4 falls, but the king on e7 also at some point might start running towards complete safety on c8.
Right.
You start preferring black here.
Absolutely.
So it's very understandable that you need to be fast, and it seems that there is no way to, I don't know, include the rook in the attack quickly enough that black needs to be very worried about it. MVL has now finally paused and is sort of considering what to do, but it seems like this is just a position they're both aiming for, which I assume is held by black with precise play. But as I said, this I can at least understand. This is just a very, very mainline, central theoretical discussion in the Berlin.
Well, I see that Alireza has actually gained 4 minutes on the clock.
And MVL has only just dipped below the 130 mark.
Right.
This one I don't understand at all.
Okay.
Because this is also move 20, and we're 20 minutes into the broadcast. And this really doesn't seem forced to me at all. This has been an Italian, knight f6. Two knights were not played in this game. d3, bishop c5, castles d6, c3, a5, rook e1. This is also obviously a very, very main line of an Italian. Right. Very heavily discussed, but I don't really recognize the current position at all. I don't know why they got there so quickly. This idea of playing bishop e6 before you even played rook e8 is a very kind of a trendy approach, which we discussed during one of the earlier shows. And our conclusion was, I think we both said exactly the same thing with Jovanka. If white has pawns on b4 and a4, this is maybe good for white, this structure. With a pawn on a5, it's generally accepted to be completely fine for black. I guess Jan also agrees, because he goes bishop b5. Queen b8 is sometimes played in these types of positions, but I think more with the inclusion of h3 and h6. Here, Anish goes bishop a7, white goes bishop b3, the bishops come off the board. All of this is very logical. I'm just wondering why they've done it all so quickly. I understand sort of every single move in isolation. I understand very much. I don't understand how you can make 20 of them in 10 minutes.
It's interesting, actually, because after black played knight e7, and d4 happened, there's very few games on the database. Okay, so there's one game between Michael Adams against Matlakov, and h5, bishop f1 is the new move.
Yeah, bishop f1,
h5.
Yeah, bishop f1 might seem strange, but it doesn't really belong on b5. And very often you just need it away from squares where it can be attacked. And strangely, often you actually like it on f1 because if black manages to land the knight on f4, it becomes much easier to shoo it away when you have the bishop on f1 already protecting the pawn on h3 once. But yeah, h5 is a very confusing move to me because it's immediately explained by the follow-up, but why h5 and not h6, I do not know. Why it goes c3, c4, also a very understandable attempt to, first of all, gain some space in the center, and secondly, develop the knight to a good square against instead of a kind of a mediocre square on d2. And knight h7, which is why we played the h-pawn somewhere.
Right.
But why 2 squares and not 1?
Right.
I guess because Anish knows everything, would be my guess. Knight c3, knight g5. This trade happened, rook g3, queen h4. Now, the downside is you have to pay attention to this pawn. You maybe would have chosen a different square, but it would have been hanging. And now, d5, d5, queen b3, rook a b8. b6 also looks playable, but I guess rook a b8 is slightly more flexible. And queen b5. And we finally have them thinking on move 20
They
for black.
rush to... I'm with Jovi on this. Bishop f1, kind of a novelty. Normally you slow down. h5 came a la tempo, and all of this happened very, very quickly. What's the current, according to the engines at least, their prognosis? Who's outplayed who?
Not unexpectedly, this is still around equal, although very importantly to my eyes, it seems like the engine is very much against the idea of protecting a5, which is surprising to me. It just doesn't suggest b6 at all and says b6, queen c6, now you're in trouble. Because I'm guessing the knight will come to d5, c7 is perennially vulnerable, and you have to start to worry. So its current preferred method of playing this position is just giving you the a5 pawn and saying, I have plenty of compensation, I've denied you the d5 square for the knight, I want to play rook d2. This rook on g3, and this is an actual concern. This rook on g3 really doesn't look particularly great at all.
Right. But it has one function, though. It keeps the knight in check. Because I was looking at positions and I was thinking, I would really love to get an f5, but you can't do it with a rook on g3.
Are you keeping me in check? By the way, I mean, according to our social media.
Yes, I have.
just
Make sure
asking.
you behave, Yasser.
Just asking.
I'm watching.
It's a strange one. It seems so, yeah. You want to play rook d2, the engine suggests we can play queen c7, putting some pressure on this one. And black even drops this queen back.
Wow.
To protect d5 and then go knight f4 next move. And it suggests that you don't even need to do anything immediate to prove you have enough for a pawn, because like currently the shape of the position it seems to be aiming for is something like this, where there will not be any kind of an immediate mate, but there is this fantastic King's Indian in spirit.
Grip.
Yeah, complete grip over the dark squares. This is, it's a good defensive bishop, but it's not really doing very much. Black has full control over the D file, D4 potentially, a very good square for this rook at some point. You pretty much never want to do this, because then you might actually get mated along the G file, eventually in some future. So a kind of a positional pawn sacrifice here seems to be the suggested method of play for black. Anish is finally thinking. We'll see how he reacts, because this is actually quite concrete.
Just in that final position that you did show, it's sort of like we are a pawn up, but our extra a2 pawn doesn't really feel like it's giving us any kind of a tilt on the scales.
No, I mean, this rook on g3, I mean, I don't understand why.
What's it doing?
Well, what's it doing there? So that's why I was tempted to kind of trade it off. But how easy is it to see this positional pawn sacrifice? I mean...
I think it's concrete, though, in the sense that you don't want to play rook a8, and you don't want to play b6.
Well, you just came from a8, so you're choosing between b6 and some way of giving up on a5. You either begin with rook fd8 or you begin with c6, because I think denying why the d5 square is actually something that everybody will understand.
And you couldn't go for moves like rook a8 just to kind of meet queen takes b7, rook b8.
We just came from there. I know. On the previous move, maybe, but having played rook b8, if you want to give me the b7 pawn, just play rook fd8 here. I would actually understand very much, but it's maybe even one of the suggested things to do, although it doesn't. Specifically, it kind of hates 95, so...
Okay, well, critical moment there for Anish. Will he be tempted to defend his pawn, or will he sacrifice it for positional compensation?
If I can just boldly state the obvious, 135.47. 5 minutes and 47 seconds of bonus time has been added to Jan's clock. as he's just played in total blitz mode, and Anish finally stalled after this move, queen b5. Quick question for you, Peter. c7, c6 on the board. Queen takes a5 expected. Rook d8. I'm no big fan of my rook on g3. After the move, rook
f8. You want to play rook d3?
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted
well,
to say.
I think you actually kind of get mated there, right? There's some bishop takes h3.
Yasser.
Yeah.
No, I didn't see the valuation bar. Is it simply the sacrifice?
Yeah.
No,
Bishop
you
takes
can
d3?
even go slower. You can go queen g5 first, and the issue is you pretty much will be obliged to do, in some order, you will have to play king h1, knight f4, bishop f1, which would have been maybe acceptable if not for the fact that bishop takes full
Bishop
land.
takes c4, of course.
Yeah,
That's a
using
good one.
overloading the bishop on f1.
That's a good
and
one.
things start collapsing, and this is actually like bad for white, not even
Yeah.
playable
It's a beautiful
anymore.
trick there.
I was trying to get rid of my little clumsy rook, if you will.
I was also instinctively drawn to problem solving that way.
c7, c6 on the board.
And rook f d8 is also already played.
Also,
yeah,
queen takes a5, rook d8. Now, kind of a lonely man here as our co-leader's all by himself in the back room looking at the games. What do you think, Peter? You've been in this situation often enough. You're tied for first going into the last round. You're in control of your destiny, but not necessarily the tournament's destiny.
Exactly.
Are you going through these permutations in my mind? Should I be playing for a win? Should I be playing for a draw? What's going on?
I think you've not in the opening. My answer, I will begin by saying not in the opening. I think, like by move 30, if your position is somewhat defined and the position of your direct competition is also somewhat defined, you can start thinking about, whether I should start steering it towards safety, or perhaps I should, in fact, go completely all in because my opposition is winning, the person I'm competing for first. But by move 10, you're playing your own game, you try to play it as well. I mean, you probably have some kind of a picture of what you're trying to achieve. I think today Leinier quite clearly went for sort of his normal safe repertoire. He is not trying to shake the boat too much. Rock the boat, not shake the boat. Yeah. Important.
Don't tilt it over.
Yes. But yeah, I think it's way too early for those types of strategic ideas to influence your play. You're just trying to equalize with black. He's playing black against a very strong player. You're trying to equalize. You're seeing what Levon wants out of the game, and then when a kind of a defining decision perhaps presents itself, like let's say on move 25, you have two playable continuations. One leads to a sharp tactical battle, and the other one leads to kind of a safe equality. At that point, you do glance over at Fabi's game and see how Fabi is doing, and that probably will influence your decision making, but not just yet, and not for quite some time yet, I would say.
But on the subject of last round, I'd like to kind of ask you both a question. How do you deal with nerves? Because there's so much on the line here. You know, first prize nets $100,000. For a lot of people, that's a life-changing amount.
For me, it wasn't $100,000. It's $100. So it wasn't so nerve-wracking as that. For me, I loved it. I absolutely loved it being in first place going into the last round.
Yeah.
And I always felt that, playing for first, winning the tournaments was why I was here. And I embraced it. And I liked to play for a win when I was tied for first.
Okay.
I didn't like
So you
playing,
didn't have any nerves?
No, I didn't like this, let's make a playoff, let's make a draw. Now, you've won 9 British championships yourself, so tell us about your last round. Championships, feelings. And
I've only managed to successfully overcome my nerves on certain occasions, and that's just being kind of rationalizing minimizing the result of what I'm going to go through. Like, for instance, I say, okay, don't think about the future, focus on the present. I try to regulate my breathing. I do a lot of convoluted stuff like that. And when I've managed it, then I managed to get in the zone and just think and focus on the chess. But it's very difficult. It is a struggle. It's a struggle.
It never bothered me. No, seriously, because I always felt that, first of all, this was something I really was passionate about. And I was really, really good at it as well. So here I am doing something I really enjoy. I'm really good at it. You know, why aren't I embracing the moment?
Yeah.
You know, and let's play for that win. And that was my mindset. And I'm kind of with you there a little bit, Peter. Like, if I was in move 30, and the position, I had a choice of going into a dark woods, and my competition was winning. I could see. And okay, I'm going to go into the dark woods.
Yeah, that makes the decision easier, of course,
exactly,
because you need to continue competing for first. Yes, in my case, I think there were definitely some occasions when nerves got the better of me in these decisive spots. But for me, I've always found that the morning before the decisive game was completely unbearable. Like I could barely sort of. Like there's these hours where you don't know what to do with yourself. You wake up, I don't know, at 9, and the game is at 3. You have breakfast, and then you do some preparation. But I was never one to do a lot of prep before games. And there's this unspent nervous energy that you absolutely don't know where you don't know what to do with yourself. Right. But once I sit down at the board, this feeling of sort of I'm doing what I sort of am supposed to be doing. This is what
I've trained myself.
Yeah, exactly. This is sort of the culmination of years and years of getting better at this.
Right. So you guys are almost like doing a self-talk then. You're saying, I've been here before, this is why I'm here for.
Maybe not consciously, but yeah, it's definitely something that and for me, like the moment I sit down, very often, all of it will just go away.
Butterflies.
Because now I can sort of control the controllables, and this is very controllable. It depends on me now, and nobody else. And I've worked very hard to become good at this. It doesn't always work, and there were some occasions I still remember with like full body shivers about melting down in front of incredible pressure. But generally, for me, the problem was always that period before the game and not the game itself.
How did you conquer it? Did you work out? Did you take a walk?
No, you read a book. You read a book. You
Yeah.
watch something on a screen to just kill time. But
It's actually quite refreshing when you talk to the Indian grandmasters in particular, because they all tell me that they say publicly that they employ performance coaches, people who can help them with their mental mindset. In the Grand Swiss, when Vidit won the competition, we could see him every day coming to the board early. He would wait with his first move for the first, maybe for 30 seconds, 45 seconds. It was like he was visualizing the future and how he would be behaving and dealing with any potential upsets.
In the case of Vidit, he also attributed a bit to working with yoga too, to get him into that proper mindset. By the way, this move, Queen B6, Jan played Queen takes A5, Queen B6, as if this had been on his board at breakfast this morning.
I think it probably has been.
Really?
I think it probably has been.
What a guess, including H5, because that wasn't that obvious, was it?
It's possible it's mentioned in a course somewhere, and I'm not even joking. The idea that very strong players will actually take a look at my course was kind of alien to me. When I recorded my first Grunfeld course with Chessable, I thought, okay, this will be aimed at
club level players.
Yeah, I've hoped that it will sort of hold up for very strong players as well, but I didn't really expect them to actually invest the time to study. And then I got some feedback from very, very strong players saying that they found it useful. And the more Chessable expands, the more it feels people are actively aware of what the courses say. And Anish is one of the more prolific authors out there, so perhaps Jan actually knows that this is Anish's recommendation against the Italian. You can't entirely rule this out.
Remarkable.
I was just thinking, has Anish done a course on this?
He's done a complete 1e4.
Yes, complete 1e4.
With the white.
I think so, yeah.
With the white side,
so there will be something against e5. It could very easily be an Italian setup.
We saw Anish took a little moment after the move Queen B5 to play C6. He got C6 and Rook D8 in very, very quickly.
Okay, well, breaking news. The game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza Firouzja has finished in a 3-move repetition. I'm guessing the Queen and the King just kept on moving. The Queen
Peter
kept on
even
checking.
referenced that type of perpetual check has been played as well, and they did. Sorry, Jovi.
Yes.
Yeah. So a draw, and
What do you think, guys? Surprising or not surprising? Because Maxime, if he'd won,
Right?
he would be on +1, some potential for shared first place. I mean, if the
Exactly.
results go his way, or maybe
Exactly.
second place. And, you know, as we saw earlier on, there's a lot of prize money at stake, $100,000,
Exactly.
65,000, and
Yeah, it petered out for him. MVL was my pick. MVL has won the Sinquefield Cup itself twice before. I thought this was going to be his third lucky charm. He drew every single game he played in the tournament, and I don't even think that there was a wide margin in those games. It wasn't like he was behind -4 or ahead +2 or anything like that. I think his games were always
he had some sharp
fairly
games, but they were all
balanced.
fairly balanced. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
The swings, for instance, that Jan had in some of his wide games were not present in
Huge.
MVLs.
By comparison,
A kind of restrained tournament by him. I think for him today, draw just makes a lot of strategic sense, because I think the person who could knock him out of the top 3 in the GCT standings was Alireza. And Alireza needed to beat him.
Okay.
So by keeping Alireza on
Down.
-2
Yeah.
and himself on 50%, as far as I understand those permutations, he just seals the deal. He gets re-invited to the tour next year.
Gotcha.
He qualifies for the top 3 of the tour, and that is both in terms of just having very strong tournaments to play and financially, of course.
Yeah.
It's a huge big deal.
Yeah.
And we've covered the fact that he is now rated something ridiculous, not at all what we're used to. He is somebody who, like, in my mind, he's always like 27.90.
Exactly.
If not 28.10, but like MVL around the 27.30 mark makes no sense to me whatsoever.
That's a typo.
I don't recognize this world that we seem to be inhabiting. And because of that, he is not guaranteed to get re-invited through rating. And locking up the top 3 finish makes a great deal of sense. You could maybe wonder if Alireza, could have played sharper, could have played something that doesn't lend itself so much to forced draws, such as the Berlin. But they're on very good terms. Alireza has had a very forgettable tournament, and perhaps he didn't feel like playing something extremely risky with black against somebody who is on friendly terms with.
that is very
Asked and
true. When you
answered.
do have a poor tournament, you tend to want to just finish
Yeah.
the last game and just get
Yeah.
out of there. Although I tend to actually do the opposite.
Yeah, you're going to just
No,
suffer to the maximum.
what I do, I kind of tell myself, okay, you've had a terrible tournament, but what can I do? The last thing I can do is play a game of chess.
Okay,
I don't
that's
care what
not the worst
happens.
thing that ever happened. Turn our attention, if you will, Peter, to the game between Fabi and Richard, because even though we didn't necessarily like the opening, do we like the resulting
We like it better
middle
now.
game?
We like it better now, and he made a very good decision a couple of moves ago. Fabi did play e4, but after g takes e4, he made it's not a proper minor capture, but I think very, very many people will just automatically recapture with the knight here, because 2 bishops good, 1 bishop bad. You know, why give black an option of taking on e4 with the knight?
Right.
But that would be a very, very good thing for white to happen, because c5 96 becomes a plan. The whole dark square complex for black instantly becomes very, very weak. So bishop takes e4. I was just in time to notice Fabi do this and think, this is very interesting. And then it was met by b5, which I think is a very, very good move. And the point is, this is hanging. Also, very importantly, b5, b4 is a threat that needs to be addressed. If we take on b5, we get the same position, but without the pawns on c4 and c6. And the bishop has this whole long diagonal to look forward to. Knight has the c6 square to look forward to. This is a completely different scenario compared to this. And Fabi, after some thought, played bishop d3, which is, I think, a normal reaction because of the threat of b5 before. Richard took. And now I'm expecting him to play bishop a6, which solves yet another problem that black very often has, and the one we highlighted earlier.
Yeah, why did we play e6?
What do we do with the somewhat stupid bishop on c8?
Right.
It gets traded off, and it might look like this is a poor square, but it's not really. It goes.
It comes back.
It comes to very good squares quite quickly here.
And maybe even support c6, c5 on a good day.
Right. And also the pawn on d4, very weak as well. I mean, white can try and argue that the pawn on c6 is also weak, but in my experience in these type of positions, the c6 pawn is defendable, whereas d4, not that easy.
Everything Fabi's done, in my estimation, is actually pretty decent. I would think that white's still a tad better.
There's maybe
some
some slight advantage left, but
Yeah.
yeah, like queen e2, or you can maybe do this and try to land this knight on c5. So an ideal lineup scenario here for white would be, let's make some waiting moves for both sides. Yeah, I don't know, h6, we go rook e1. And one is aiming at c5, the other one is aiming at e5. At some point, d4 is a bit vulnerable, and we need to figure out what to do with the bishop on d2. But some kind of a position like this is definitely a bit better for white. This rook goes to c4, supporting the d4 pawn. And black does have to worry about the pawn. It's not that it gets lost, it's just that you have to invest a lot of energy making sure it doesn't
Can you
get lost.
immediately get rid of your c5 pawn by going queen d5 in those type of positions?
Yeah, you definitely can,
c5.
and then it becomes a fight around that particular topic, because I probably go b3, I put the bishop on a3. If you get c5 successfully, if if black actually, let's once again make some really bad moves to illustrate a point. I take black here.
Yes.
Right. Knight has a fantastic square on d5. Even if the bishops come off, it's a bit better for black. With the bishops on the board, it is definitely a bit better for black, because the white queen side comes under some pressure at least, and this fantastic square for the knight
You
is
can
just...
take the boy out of the Grunfeld, but you can't take the Grunfeld out of the boy. Look at that bishop on g7.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Very true, very true. But white will definitely have something to say about this. It's either b3 or bishop b3. We're not going to be letting c5 happen immediately.
Right.
So it's still, I'm guessing, a little bit better for white. But I think this is a massive improvement compared to the mental picture I had of what this game will look like somewhere around
I
here.
actually think because of Richard's counterplay in this particular position, in their game position, maybe Fabi rushed e4.
Yeah, you could definitely have waited for a bit. You were not obliged to do it immediately, including
I did
b3
think
made sense.
b3 was coming.
Yeah, including
I really
b3
did.
was... Yeah, and after b6 you can sort of revisit the idea of playing e4 here.
But, funnily enough, I really thought you were explaining it very nicely. Bishop a3, rook e8, e4 included, and, the development, the extra, piece play that white has, felt like the way to go. Yeah.
It's not that bad for black, though, because once again, if you give black enough time to play like knight d7, followed by queen c7, followed by c5, it's not going to be horrible, but... Yeah, Fabi. I think Fabi tried for maximum. I think he thought, if my early e4 works and I end up controlling the center the way I want it controlled, he would be much better. But b5 is a very, very good response.
Exactly. Jovi, one of the stories that went along with the Sinquefield Cup, the whole Grand Chess Tour, was this race to get to Toronto to the candidates. And there's two ways that some of our players could get there, either by rating or the FIDE Grand Prix. Now that this draw has been made between MBL, what's our ratings watch?
Let's check it out, because the person with the highest rating on January the 1st, 2024 will qualify, depending on activity though, for the candidate tournaments. And Wesley So is leading with 27.57. Aronian-Dominguez just 1 point behind him, and there's Alireza Firouzja with 27.50.
For Alireza, having already made a draw with MBL, he had the potential of gaining 5. Leinier, the potential of gaining 5 or losing 5. Wesley, he's got the bye today, so he can't play. But 1 rating point for Leinier means he's in search of activity requirements as well as a single rating point to get to the candidates.
Absolutely, and by activity, it means that the players to qualify in terms of highest rating, they must have played 4 classical tournaments.
I see. By the way, Leinier coming with a very clean-shaven look today. I just saw him staring kind of out into space as he's playing against Levon Aronian. It was actually funny the way Peter identified that. It's like the Grand Chess Tour, the World Chess Champion, and who's the greatest chess player in the world? No. The question is, who's the best chess player in St. Louis? Between these two neighbors, Levon and Leinier, the question is an open one, Peter.
Yeah, let's take a look. They're playing, in particular compared to the two games, one of which has already finished, they're really playing at a snail's pace here. They've played 9 moves. Levon is almost down to below an hour. Leinier is playing faster than Levon for now, but that actually often happens. Leinier often starts by being faster than his opponent,
right?
Because he knows he will start thinking once he's out of book. So he wants to, get the moves in quickly while he still knows exactly what he's doing. Eventually, White needs to, take an executive decision on whether we will be allowing Black, let's say, to play knight e7 and to trade these bishops off the board. The way to try and avoid this is generally to do this.
Okay.
So that after knight e7 we can drop it back to c2. One question you have to have about this maneuver, there's this little trick that sometimes works, but I think specifically here, the trick of course being that we seem to have blundered a piece, but we haven't actually, because this is a check, and this intermediate check allows Black to recapture on e7.
Fair.
And this, once so many pieces come off in this structure, I know it's kind of unusual for me to say this, but very often I start thinking, if this goes long enough, I'm going to start preferring the side with the knight, because this bishop doesn't really have a lot of potential. One way to improve it would be to play queen g3 and then perhaps immediately to play f4. But if we imagine the structure kind of solidifying, I think Black has more potential for breaks, and this bishop has more potential of not really having anything to do. Whereas I will find the job for this knight eventually. It goes to e6 or. There are good squares available to it. But very importantly, specifically now, it doesn't work because after c takes d4, bishop takes a4, queen is threatened, but we do have the move b3. Yeah. And after something like, let's say, bishop e8, we can take, and simplest is just to play bishop b2. Black is not in time to protect the pawn on e5. So this just completely falls apart tactically. Yeah, it just doesn't work tactically. Otherwise, I think it would be a very sound positional decision. So that's one way to go for Levon. The other one is to make some kind of a slow waiting move. I guess h3 comes to mind. The engine suggests the move b2, b3, which I think a human player would never ever consider. d3, d4 is something you generally want, but you once again need to start considering knight takes d4, among other things, same tactic applying here.
Right.
So I don't think d4 is a particularly attractive option. I think Levon will end up taking on b6, and then either playing bishop a4 or not, but feels like the time has come to actually, clarify that we are going to take.
You couldn't do the thing that's very popular at the minute, just to go b4, and then just knight takes bishop.
You can do something like this if you're in time to play a4, right? But because I think let's say we make these two moves. This is very unattractive, right?
I can't do that.
So you have to play a4 before it gets fixed on the backward square. But this is another one of those positions where, honestly, I prefer the knight.
And do we also have to rush with swapping off the light square bishop?
I think Jovi had bishop c4.
I wanted bishop c4.
You wanted to do this?
Yes.
Maybe with the trade.
Yeah, with the trade. I wanted the bishop pair. That's that thing that grandmasters love.
The imbalance of the two bishops.
Yeah, bishop b3.
And then
I'm a bit worried because I'm worried what might happen here is Black will play rook e8 or queen e7, Black will play bishop e6, and we once again will have to sort of worry about all the endgames. If we leave the pawn on a2 and the bishops come off and more pieces come off, we will have actual unpleasant endgames.
Yeah, totally. In this particular pawn structure, but what I was hoping for was just to initiate
something like we can't play d4.
You play very clever moves, so I hadn't thought of h3. I was thinking of d4 immediately.
d4, but then this is where it becomes
our center gets pressured.
Yeah.
And this is once again where I want to bring attention to the bishop on c1, in particular because sorry, that wasn't what I meant. In particular because h6 has already been played.
Right, no bishop.
We will struggle to find anything to do with that bishop, and the knight on f3 is also reasonably well controlled by these two, so we're not pushing for f4. We're not really pushing in the center. This is a very, very solid setup. Black wants at some point maybe bishop b6 and ask you, do you want to play d5? Do you want to let me trade bishops? I think maybe...
We do have knight takes b6, a takes b6 on the board.
We'll return to that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to continue with this. I think it's only just sort of the bitter experience that taught me this is not great. Because when people began playing the structures against me, my initial thought was, I will get something like this and I will be better. Because I have the bishops, I have the center, why would I not be better?
Yeah.
Right.
And then I got this against strong players a couple of times, and I realized, you know, on paper, all of this looks fantastic, but you still have to make moves. And moves are actually harder to come by, good moves at least, the moves I like, are harder to come by in the structures than I originally thought. And this is why I'm being somewhat skeptical now. But my first reaction was exactly like yours. I get this. Black seems like black is just trying to contain whatever it is I'm doing, no real counterplay to speak of. Why shouldn't I be ahead? But yeah, my experience at least wasn't as sunny as all that.
And let's check out the lifetime score between these two players in classical chess.
How do the neighbors match up with one another, Jovi?
Let's check out the neighborhood rivalry, and it is 5 wins to Dominguez 3, and that means Levon Aronian.
I'm just wondering
has
where
the advantage.
Levon...
15 draws though.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where Levon got the 5 wins. He didn't get them in the Sinquefield Cup. Must have been one of those World Cup, well, not one, but different events that they have played that he got the 5 wins. By the way, intriguing decision. Challenges that you were saying that Levon has to make hay in this position. He didn't go for the central pawn duo. Played a move that, frankly, was not on my radar.
Yeah, I'm not
Levon
entirely
Aronian,
sure what
knight
he means
D2.
here. Yeah.
The knight is
92
going
is
to
a
go
bit-
on a journey,
is
right?
a bit
Knight
I guess-
C4, knight F1,
I guess
knight put it on E3,
E3.
G3.
Or to play F4.
Yeah, the starting point I'm guessing is 97. The bishop
Right.
probably gets dropped back to b4.
Exactly.
I like including b5 for black here
Little
just to gain some space, control some more squares. This knight always ends up being on g6.
Knight
Very
F1.
useful.
Knight
We
f1.
continue with the original
Yeah,
plan.
even the immediate bishop b6 is playable, but also, yeah, I wonder. Let me play in a slightly more restrained fashion. Knight, where do you want it? G3, E3.
Well, it seems to me that white is the one playing in a really restrained fashion. I'm guessing he wants bishop e3 and queen d2 and f4 at some
Yeah,
moment.
but you can't get an F4 with black placing the knight on.
That's what I mean.
G6,
Bishop
yeah.
e3, queen d2. I need a lot of moves with white, and probably including
And if you
h3.
step back with the bishop, because you know what, I like the bishop pair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
often they play d5. I would like ideally to play both c5 and d5, but I'm worried white will play d4. Here, with the knight already on g3, I like this a lot more because I think we have a lot more central control. We also have that idea that Yasser mentioned in a whole other structure.
Right.
But I think that game of Kasparov's introduced the
Yes,
idea of further
absolutely.
supporting the e4 pawn with e3, with
Right.
f3. So something like bishop e3 followed by f3 followed by queen g2 could become quite unpleasant here. Even here, black often ends up equalizing by just like demolishing the entire center with d5. But you can also just start yourself. You can play d6, d5 here, and after bishop e3, you can play slowly, but also something I've learned is in this structure with the bishop on e6 against the bishop on c2, your two bishop advantage isn't really going to count for as much as it normally should, because you just don't find a particularly attractive job for the bishop on c2 very often. So 92 is an interesting way to keep the game first of all going, and second it's an original approach. I don't think I've ever seen 92 in these structures. I will mention that there is an option of actually forcing the bishop trade,
to trade,
which I don't think is bad. I think this is quite playable. Knight a5, pretty much forcing bishop d7, queen d7, and then we want just ideally once again c5, knight c6, d5.
Right.
But if it gets chased away, it gets chased away.
There is another option. I just wanted to point out. Because immediately I was drawn to going a4, but a4 doesn't work because of c6. And then suddenly, oh no, I've got into trouble there.
Right.
For a specific reason only. I think this would have been playable, but there's a tactic here because knight takes d6, bishop g4 works out for black with queen takes d6 being a threat.
But the idea I really wanted to point out was that after a4, so bishop takes bishop, and a takes that knight on a5.
Yeah, a little embarrassing, isn't it?
It's not coming back.
So I did think, I was tempted to kind of go c4 to keep the dream alive.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem to work out specifically. Yeah,
c6.
After c4, even this is quite playable. But I can also claim that I've achieved something.
Yes.
Just play c5, put it back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I sometimes it's worth giving up a pawn to saddle your opponent's knight on the edge of the board.
It is, yeah. Knight a5, actually, the more I look at this, the more I like it, because this is exactly the kind of material we want here. White can play d4. We will probably bring the knight back. You play knight f1. And although, yeah, this is where knight d2 is a very, very nice flexible move by Levon, because having it on g3, I will start having to worry about my king side here a little bit. Let's make some moves elsewhere. Like we get to some position like this, and suddenly bishop takes h6 is a very serious threat. Knight f5, queen g3 is a very serious threat. So you do have to pay attention here.
By the way, Leinier comfortably ahead on the clock as Levon's decision maneuver, knight f3 d2, took him some time, and Leinier is saying, "What are you doing exactly with your pieces?" Knight d2. I like knight a5, but again, I thought knight e7 was the simplest. Back over to Anish.
I'm just giggling at this because 136.
136.00.
Yeah, 136.00 here for Jan in a position which I would not describe as being arrived at by force.
Right.
So either he just absolutely knows everything today, which is, once again, we keep on coming back to the fact this is somebody who prepared for 2 World Championship matches.
So he's got a lot in his quiver.
He is very, very well prepared. Anish mentioned him as somebody who is in a 3-way race for the best prepared player in the world during one of the interviews. Or he is in one of his moods. Where he just feels, okay, this has been a very meh tournament. I was not really given a chance to play in very many of my games because, indeed, many of his black games in this tournament were just him showing forced draws to people, and people seemingly being completely okay with that.
Thank you for showing me your files.
No blame attaches whatsoever to Jan. He's playing his repertoire. He knows it really well. Repertoire is solid, but he also would very much like to actually fight over the board. He likes chess, I know this for a fact. But many of his black games were kind of non-events. And his white games, he missed some very promising opportunities. He missed a completely winning position against Leinier, which would have actually changed that tournament dramatically.
Totally.
Leinier is now in a tie for first, but he was dead lost against Jan in that early game. He had decent chances against Alireza. He had chances against Fabi at one point. So his white tournament was very interesting. His black tournament, not so much.
Exactly. For those of you joining us late, the players had reached this position. Jan, with his 19th move, played queen b3. And not only was Jan playing quickly, but these moves were not obvious. And while Anish was carefully considering each and every move, Jan was gaining time on the clock. He started the tournament with 90 minutes. He now has 96 minutes on his clock. And this position after the move rook d2, I would have stopped and really started considering, how do I evict this rook from the second rank? Should I be playing moves like rook b1 and rook e2? I already got schooled that rook d3 for tactical reasons doesn't work very well. And completely unimpeded, Jan has been playing very, very quickly. a2, a4, engine approved.
It's a move. It's
Peter?
You can do other things as well, but after rook d2, it seems like white doesn't really have very many productive things to do with our pieces. But we do absolutely, both for sort of future endgames and also just a very simple threat.
Of a6?
If black continues doing nothing and we can land this on a6 while the rook is still back on b8,
that's our
it's
extra
a very
pawn.
good. It's a very good thing to aim for.
Right.
The issue here for white is that if black goes queen d8, which appears to be at least one of the suggested replies with black, we are liquidating into an endgame, which is still a pawn down endgame for black.
Right.
But the full control over the one open file, plus these somewhat inactive pieces, this really awkward rook on g3.
Right.
It feels like this is probably enough for black. If we go rook b1 here, black can play knight f4. With the rook on b1, the whole a4, a5, a6 push is kind of no longer really doing.
Instead of going rook b1, go b4.
Yeah, you can play both b4 and b3. After b4, you kind of have to contend with, for instance, rook 2 d4, which wins the pawn on c4 immediately. You do get to play b5, trade some pawns. You're not worse, but you're probably also not better here. I was
trying to get a passed pawn.
I know, you're right.
Yeah.
Push.
A logical continuation here is something like b3. If you play knight f4, white will play a5. And against the dream scenario for white here is to get to play knight a4 and knight c5. And then you might actually be better.
Yeah.
But after b3, the issue for white is rook b2. And you're kind of obliged to go knight d1 because you're really not giving up on b3.
Right.
So knight d1, rook b d2, and once again, you're probably going back.
Yeah.
So this is kind of hanging over us as a great big threat to our game here.
And
how
let's check out
two match
the
up with one
head-to-head
another.
scores.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. What are you predicting? And there we can
Even-ish?
see it's as even as you get, with
Right.
both players having 3 wins apiece, 5 draws. So nothing separates these two in terms of their history, but there's still a lot to play for in terms of the tournament.
Oh, absolutely. I find it, well, the one player I really experienced most against was Viswanathan Anand. But I find it really off-putting personally, professionally, when I'm playing a guy like Jan, who answers everything instantly, and I'm thinking 5 minutes, 10 minutes, my clock is seeping, and I just feel like, I'm under the gun. Don't you have that? Doesn't that make you feel awkward, Peter, when your opponent
that has to
with every
Right,
time?
because you come up with a move that you've used some brain power for, and they just go, no, it was in my book.
And you're going, like,
analyze
what?
it, and then you're thinking, oh, why?
Right. Sometimes it just feels like they know everything and you're in the dark.
It's not a very comfortable feeling, but people generally, by this point, have had some experience with this. Vachier would be a very good candidate, and Jan also. And with Jan, you can also get it in 2 different ways, as I mentioned. Like sometimes he's just extremely well booked up, and sometimes he just comes to the board and says, "I will trust my instincts today,
Free rolls.
and I will just play extremely quickly." And
Right.
he is one of the very, very few people in the world, I think, who is capable of playing very well in this mode. Because generally, I think it leads to self-combustion, but not with Jan, not every single time with Jan at least.
Wasn't this like a small Achilles heel for Jan? The speed of which he played, you know,
It's
he
cost
was
him on occasion.
making superficial decisions. We saw it in his game against Leinier-Dominguez. Played some very quick moves.
Yet on the other hand, he is a streaky player who, when he's feeling confident, he can go 6-0. I remember him in Baku on the Olympiad playing for the Russian squad and just point after point after point, and he was playing incredibly rapidly and just winning his games very quickly. Sometimes it costs him against the absolute top, but when he's in form, there it's like the confusing. Is he playing so fast because everything is prepared, or is he just in some kind of a mode of let's go, let's play quickly?
You also have to try and gauge that somehow.
Yeah, you don't know what is it you're going to find. Against the move Queen D8, you were very quick to point out this ending. I just wanted to visit it again because I didn't know how you assessed at the end of the story.
Rook b1, knight f4, I think black has enough. I think we will find it extremely difficult to smoke out the rook on g2. And while it's still on g2, it's just very difficult for me to believe we can be better.
So if I go
even something like rook c2 here, I think is quite interesting, trying to land the other one on g2. And then you will really stop enjoying your position very much, Yasser. If the other one lands,
on g2,
it's not going to be much fun. Yeah.
The rook can come to f3 to defend f2. I was just looking at...
somebody has to get rid of these rooks. I just didn't know.
But at the very least, I can take on c4, right?
And then you're just...
I suspect rook c1 is just winning, by the way. Right now, I think rook c1 ends the game, right?
Yes.
Oh,
it does.
that's a nice one.
Yeah, and then things will happen to your back rank.
Yeah, this is the 92 check variation. Oops. That is it. And, it's been a slow championship round, or maybe a fast, depending on how you would evaluate the results.
It's very tense at the minute. And let's check out the results so far, because we did see a draw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza Firouzja. It was an all-French encounter that was settled peacefully. But in the other games, very much everything still to play for and everything still on the line.
Absolutely, as our two tournament co-leaders are at work, Fabi and Leinier, and very tense games. We're going to get ready for our break, but as we do, we're going to check in with our friends at QBoutiqueSTL.com to see what they have on sale. And it's going to be a 2023 Sinquefield Cup jacket. As the cup comes to a close, we are excited to share with you our Sinquefield Cup jackets and socks. Forgot about the socks. While supplies last. This year's amazingly comfortable Sinquefield Cup jacket can keep you warm for years to come. It features an embroidered 2023 Sinquefield Cup logo on the left breast, the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back of the neck, and the 2023 Grand Chess Tour logo on the right sleeve. The jacket is available in both men's and women's styles. We are also proud to present the 2023 Sinquefield socks. Stay on the move with these full calf-length socks. They are comfortable and sporty. Very important when you're at a chess game to be sporty. And are great for the gym or the chessboard or anywhere in between. Get both the jacket and a pair of socks so you can represent the Sinquefield Cup on top. Here it comes, to the bottom.
Nicely done, Yasser.
Thank you very much.
But definitely go and check out the Q Boutique website or in person. And we're going to go on our first break of the day, but we have a nice video lined up in store for you, which is when Anastasia earlier on spoke to Wesley So. We're going to see you in a few minutes, but don't go anywhere, because coming up soon is going to be an interview with Garry Kasparov, who joins us
very nice.
live.
Okay, looking forward to it. See you on the other side of the break.
Wesley, welcome to St. Louis, welcome for Grand Chess Tour. I was wondering, what is now your position in the Grand Chess Tour for the moment, after the previous events, and what are you looking forward to achieve, let's say, during those two events?
Yeah, I think I'm in a pretty reasonable spot to finish in the top 3, I'd say. So it's also very important for me to try to qualify for next year's Grand Chess Tour. So actually, now that you mention it, there's quite a lot of stake for me for the next.
We'll speak about it for sure. Yes,
because it's very difficult to get into the Grand Chess Tour. The spots are very limited, and there are many players who are joining. Also, we got Richard Rapport and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who represent Europe. Represent Poland and Romania respectively, so you really have to fight your way for it. So I guess now that you mention it, it reminds me that I really have to do well to finish at the top 3.
I think you have to do well because of so many reasons. Also, those two events are part of the FIDE circuit, and you are still fighting for the spot in the candidates tournament right now. You're, as far as I remember, you are on the 3rd position after Fabi, who has already got the spot, Anish, and then you. So let's say, what do you think about it? You have so many goals to achieve, and do you feel extra pressure because of that or not?
No, I don't really feel extra pressure, because if you qualify for the candidates, it's well and good, and I probably should at some point really put a fire to my feet to try to get to the candidates. But at the same time, my mentality is that even if you qualify for the candidates with 8 strong players, you still have to win it to really get to the top. But so
it's not like your priority, you mean, in life, let's say, to get to the candidates?
Well, it's a very good thing to qualify. It's like money, it's good to have, but not exactly my priority. I also tend to do badly when put too much pressure. When some people tell me I have to win this, and then I have to qualify and then win that tournament and then beat the guy and then be a world champion. It usually doesn't do well with me, but at the same time, I have to be less laid back. I think I have to just start playing better and spend more time in my chess. I mean, I put some hours of work in my chess regularly and then just try to be happy and play my best. In a way, I kind of am like Vichy Anand. He said he plays his best chess when he's happy and relaxed. But I would love to qualify for next year's Grand Chess Tour, and it'll be nice if I qualify for the candidates. So those are my two goals right now. Obviously, qualifying for next year's Grand Chess Tour is the most important goal, and then if there's a slight chance to qualify for the candidates, then it's good. But basically, I set up 3 goals for this year, and I failed them all. So
Which one?
in Tata Steel, I had an interview, and they asked me what my goals were for this year, and basically failed them all. One is to qualify for Grand Chess Tour. One is to try to get to top 5 or top 3, can't remember exactly, in classical. And one is to win a big online chess tournament. Well, the year's not over yet, but
The year is not over, so maybe you will actually you do even better than what you wished before.
yeah, the year's not over yet, but I think, as Magnus used to say, you have to enjoy the process and not focus on the result too much. But it's good. I mean, I think I'm just happy to have a career to play chess. I love playing chess. I enjoy playing the game, and I'm happy to be alive.
Oh, that's such a great approach. I mean, many players should listen to this interview and have it in mind, that sometimes if you are too focused on your goals, it can actually, you can forget about the process and enjoyment, right?
Yeah, for sure. I've heard many players who say that they've had their best results when they have no goals or they have no expectations. But again, I don't think it works with everyone. It very much depends on your personality. For example, I don't think it would work on Garry Kasparov, for example, to have no goals. But it differs per person.
All the best of luck for you, Wesley, in the tournament.
Thank you. Yeah, I really need that.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Takharjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Riyam Tokarjanova. I will take you behind the scenes of the Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and don't miss out on players' interviews and more content from the playing hall.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We are back at this championship round of the Sinquefield Cup. Everything will be decided today.
Absolutely.
And, well, we started with a lot of action on the board, but we did have one result. It was a peaceful draw between the all-French encounter between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza Firouzja. But on the other boards, still very much in play.
Especially
we have exciting games going on.
Yeah, especially in our fight between our co-leaders. Fabi's game with Richie, very intriguing middle game, as is the game between Levon and Leinier. The also confounding game for me, Peter, has been that game between Nepo and Anish. When we were leaving, I was thinking to myself, C5 is just a bad move on so many levels, and I was shocked that during our break,
yeah,
Nepo played
I was
C5.
absolutely. I gave the whole impassioned speech about how I'm very certain this is how the game will end, because it looked logical,
right?
And
accurate play.
It seemed like deviating from that introduces a lot of risk in the position, and the way you would maybe avoid it was to play maybe Queen B4, but C5. Apart from the fact that you can actually do what Anish has done. And go for this position. And now I think Rook A8 is a very attractive move, introducing the idea of Rook takes B6 and then Rook takes A1. I don't see how White should be better here, which is another reason not to really take the risk. But a much bigger issue here for White is we've interrupted the connection between the Queen on B6 and the pawn on F2, and Black could very, very justifiably just switch back to attacking the king side. In particular, H5, H4 here, using the moment to do it when White cannot get the queens off the board because the pawn on B2 will fall next move. Yeah. The rook needs to go to A square. I guess E3 is slightly more comfortable than F3, but regardless of what you choose, I'm going to play Queen G5, I'm going to play Knight F4, I'm going to play Rook BD8, and I'm going to say, I no longer care about the queen side, I will make progress here.
This
And
looks
if I do-
very dangerous.
Yes. If I do, you will not enjoy it.
No, no.
Who can resist free food though?
Oh, well, but this was a huge attack. I would never
and
have walked into this.
H4 is very strong, but even more simply, even a full tempo down here, you can start with queen f6 and then follow it up. Let's say rook f3, knight f4. We're already threatening knight takes h3, which is going to be quite difficult to parry.
Right.
And I'm obviously a bit influenced by the fact that the engine instantly starts liking black here a great deal. But I think I would have been very interested in the game. And this is where we also have to come back to what we're discussing throughout the entirety of our coverage of this game. Jan has only just now dipped below 90 minutes. When he played c5, I think that was the first move where he sort of thought for a bit, but he was still above 90 minutes.
Right.
Anish is on 38. Anish is an hour behind by move 24.
Wow.
Which I think influences you in a way that you feel you can't completely rule out your opponent actually still being very much in book. This being Jan Nepomniachtchi and his 2 World Championship matches. In some positions it's more likely than in others, but you can't completely rule it out even in this seemingly completely random position. And also you're sort of entering the situation where you might be in significant time trouble. All of which I think pushed Anish into a more safety-orientated
way
decision. I think if he had more time, and Jan was also thinking, Anish would be very, very interested about the idea of giving mate on the king side. But as it happened, he took on b6, he took on b5, a5 rook 8 also was played, and now a6 was played, and this seems like this equalizes for white. The interesting part for me is why rook takes b6 isn't winning, but we go knight a4, and after, let's say, rook b4, knight c5 is very, very strong, attacking everything, we're threatening. This is where black would like to have this pawn back on h7.
For the first time in the game, Arjo, the rook on g3 is well placed. You're actually threatening rook takes g6. Yeah.
And this gives white time to take on b7. And once again, obviously, you would like to win a piece, but not when it promotes, a pawn for white.
Yes.
And you don't, like, even let's say in this position, even if you do win the pawn on e4, you pretty much never go for this with black.
The pawn on a6.
Because, it feels like you're playing for a loss. Maybe you don't lose, but you're definitely trying to lose here, giving white this passer.
Making efforts.
So, in the position after rook takes b6 and knight a4, probably the correct course of action is to go for this position. White does unpin himself in time with rook ga3. You play something like rook a5, because once again, allowing knight c5 is unnecessary.
But this feels dangerous for black here. Exchange.
I think it's okay. I think the pawn structure is solid enough, and white's pieces are kind of awkward enough that this shouldn't be so bad. I guess the knight gets transferred over to g3 to control the knight on g6. I would agree with you that if anybody is going to play this for a win, it's probably white. But I also think it's fine. It's fine, yeah. And the other move we need to discuss after a6 is b takes a6. But here, once again, white goes knight a4. Let's say rook b4. We go knight c5. And the combined threats on both the king side and the queen side. Strictly speaking, the only move here is bishop c8, because allowing b7 will lose you the game, and you cannot do this. This loses you a lot of material. So you have to play bishop c8. And in this position, white, for instance, can switch to playing against the black king, weirdly. Rook d1 creates an unstoppable idea of rook d8 check. Yes, white is 2 pawns down, but white suddenly starts generating a lot of play against the white king side. And also this whole setup is going to be very, very tied down. White is definitely not worse here. The question is whether white is better. It's very open. I don't think this is anything against best play, but best play is not always achievable. So this has definitely sharpened up, but really not in the way that I expected. I thought, I mean, c5 looked borderline unplayable to me, but as things stand, it may have been a pretty decent bluff.
Impressive. We'll keep an eye on that one, Peter. Tell us once again, remind our viewers about the Grand Chess Tour, the standings, our winner of the Grand Chess Tour, and there are 3 possible players who would get an invite.
Whilst it's not a contest for the top, because Fabiano Caruana has won that one outright, 2 rounds to spare. everything still to play for when it comes to second and third placing. Remember, the top 3 finishers do get an automatic invitation into 2024's Grand Chess Tour. And Wesley So has definitely guaranteed his spot in the top 3 of the Grand Chess Tour. Remember, Wesley So has a bye today, so his tournament has been completed. But Firouzja is officially out of the top 3 after his -2 performance and his draw against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
What a year difference makes. Alireza, our defending 2022 Tour champion, won everything a year ago. He's out of the top 3. Continue, please,
And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's spot in the top 3 is guaranteed.
He drew.
Yes, he drew. If he draws.
Yeah.
But in any case, except if both Nepomniachtchi and Levon Aronian win. Now, Nepomniachtchi, we saw, has a very interesting, very promising position against Anish Giri. And for Levon, he is facing off with the white pieces against Aronian-Dominguez. So maybe that can happen. But Nepo can claim the 3rd spot from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave if he and both Levon win their games.
MVL is not going to lose because, as you said already, MVL has drawn his game, so he has to win, and Levon also has to win for Nepo to get the guaranteed top 3. And here's where we stand exactly at the moment with the GCT.
Yes, so these are the scores just after the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. And Fabiano Caruana, 33 points. He started with an 11-point head start over Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And his performance here has been sufficient for him to win the title of Grand Chess Tour champion. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave there on 22 points. Maxime's finished with a 50% score. And everything will hinge on this battle between Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Wesley So did finish on +1. It's undetermined what place he will finish on until these games are over.
Speaking of these games, Peter, do the honors. We're looking at the game between Levon White, Leinier-Dominguez Black, and I must say I really like the way Leinier has played this game so far.
I think it's a very logical play by Leinier so far. After the move knight d2, Leinier included rook e8, a move which I felt could have been saved on, but as things stand right now, it's almost always in the structures is going to be useful. Levon continued logically with knight f1, knight e7. Now, bishop c4, I would have thought was the idea, but one thing you have to keep in mind is there is always this kind of a clever little move, bishop a4, which often will force you to trade the bishops anyway, because if queen goes somewhere, now your bishop no longer has any squares, because you have this pin along the a file, and b2, b3, and the bishop drops back, you're also creating a situation for yourself, which is not very pleasant. So you end up playing bishop b3 anyway, but then you should have taken on d7. You're not really improving your position by doing this. Yeah. So bishop d7, queen d7, knight d4 first, knight g6, knight g3. I very much like the move b6, b5 here, because it establishes a kind of a wave breaker, preventing white from perhaps achieving the structure with d5 followed by c4 and b3. Now, if white ever feels like you want to play d4, d5, which is something we will discuss in a moment, you will always get immediately hit by c7, c6. Levon played f2, f3, which is something that we've discussed, supporting the pawn on e4, because if you play bishop b3 here, you do have to worry about d6, d5. In some positions, although not in this one, you have to worry about e takes d4 because the pawn on e4 is hanging. Here you're quite happy to recapture with the bishop, so that would have been a minor worry. But f3 is logical. f3 is something that I think Levon also quite likes in the structures. I recently had a game against him where he was also going specifically for this setup against the knights on f6 and g6. But his issue is, after rook a d8, you've sort of run out of useful moves. What you do want to play is bishop e3.
It looks logical.
Yeah, but it allows d6, d5, which is what black is very much aiming for. And now my original confusion about this was I thought what white always wants to do in response is provoke a piece to enter the e5 square and then go f4 and d5.
Let's do it.
But here, very specifically, you can take on b2.
What?
And then return to c4. once the knight gets attacked. Like, if you play something like queen f3, I will, of course, move my knight away from f6.
Sure.
But if you try to attack the knight on b2 and then win one of them, there is no square on the board for white that also protects the bishop on e3. So you play something like queen c2, I go knight c4. And yes, you can play something like bishop d4 and claim you have positional compensation for the pawn, but it's unclear how good these positions are, because this is a marvelous, marvelous piece.
Yeah. In that position, Peter, could I try queen b3, and can I get my, can I disrupt your king side? Take that knight. Take that pawn.
Let's go with the, maybe rook, I don't know.
Okay, take that pawn. I was trying to just prove.
Your attackers really aren't, very close to my king here.
Come on, Joey. Climb aboard here.
The giddy up. The giddy up isn't really happening.
I lost the cheerleader over here. She wasn't happy with my attack.
I did also consider that there is a possibility to get into a position where it's you get the two minor pieces. So, for instance, you can go queen c1.
Yeah, this was something I was wondering about as well.
Yeah.
And now let's say queen, I don't know, g2 or somewhere.
And then you trap the knight. But I felt that this was a bit smelly.
There's also rook e3 and knight c2, or the knight c2 immediately, which isn't that great. So this appears to work out, and the proper response is to just say, okay, I sort of semi-blunder the pawn, but I will now, if the knight goes away, I will play, I don't know, knight f5 or f5 or6, and I will play for a lot of play on the king side. But very often the black will just return this pawn and then prepare and push b6, c5, get rid of this bishop on d4. Endgames are dangerous for white here, so it very much becomes a race for white to create something on the king side perhaps, or maybe somehow get rid of the pawn on a2. If, let's say, you at some point manage to play a4 and trade it off, your endgames become better, because otherwise it will be a target. But I think I'm pretty much always choosing black in a position like this. This would be a very comfortable situation. And Levon, I think, after considering everything that we just discussed, he goes for a somewhat disheartening, I think, decision of d takes e5, because this is clearly not the dream.
No.
This is not what he was playing for. But he realized that stopping d6, d5 is absolutely massive priority for him.
Right.
You can take with the knight, you can also take with the pawn, after which the bishop will come to e3 and we'll get a very dry position. Obviously, the removal of the g-pawns from the board makes it easier for black to control this, but you still maybe prefer the bishop a little bit, yeah.
As well as the trade of the queen.
Yeah, we can also get all of these off the board and play something like knight f8, knight e6, but maybe white will be a little bit better. The knight on f5 will be annoying too.
Don't really have to give up the d file, do I, Peter? Can I?
Absolutely not. Yeah, you can go knight f8 immediately. Yeah, that's much better actually. I don't know why I took on d1.
And yeah, that does feel a bit
something like
dry.
This. Something like this is not very exciting. You probably at some point play h5 and g6, get rid of this knight.
But for Levon, for Leinier, this is a kind of dream come true, because again, he's coming into the round at +2. He's co-leader. He has black against a very, very strong opponent, and he's equalized.
I think so. Yeah, I think he'll be very satisfied once d5 lands and he realizes that the big strategic danger of white preserving the pawns in the center and then eventually starting something. Because after bishop e3, if you don't play d5 straight away, white gets to play something like queen d2.
So
and you have
c6.
Yeah, let's go c6. We play queen d2. Once again, d5 is working. But if it wasn't, if we make one more waiting move,
queen c7.
I'm already looking at like knight f5, bishop h6, or even the immediate bishop h6.
Yeah,
and once this happens, you will really struggle to contain the activity both in the center and against the h6 pawn. So yeah, d5 is a very welcome development for Leinier. And in our other game between the
yes, exactly. How is a Fabi, who, as we know, is our Grand Chess Tour winner 2023, will he put a bookend to this game? Will we see playoffs?
Looks possible right this moment.
What's going on, Peter?
Yeah, bishop a6 was eventually played. It was played slower than I expected, if I'm entirely honest.
Okay.
Richie, I think he is in a kind of a mood today that he thought maybe there is some kind of a dream world possible in which I play bishop b7, followed by knight bd7, and then I push c5, and the bishop on b7 survives.
Excellent.
Which would have been even more exciting for black. But this feels like you probably aren't going to get as much freedom here as you would like. c5, you need to contend with d5.
Problematic.
You need to contend with bishop d6. It probably isn't going to happen for you.
Exactly.
So he does play bishop a6. Fabi goes with takes and queen a4, trying to use the fact that this knight is somewhat misplaced. Queen b6 is a logical response, and now bishop f4 was played by Fabiano, and even the immediate 6c5 might be playable. You can also go, maybe not knight b4 because of bishop d6, you can go knight c7, knight d5. This feels honestly kind of okay for black.
I mean, e7, e6, g7, g6 worked out brilliantly.
It worked out fine, yeah.
Wow.
It worked out fine.
But isn't Fabi just going to plonk the bishop on e5 and
let's
say,
like something like this.
And
something
then
like
I
this
will
lands.
focus my energy on doubling.
Don't forget, b2 is potentially weak too.
At some point I will start considering queen takes
wrinkle,
b2.
yeah.
There is an issue, potential issue.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, I mean, you can clamp down on one weakness, the c6 pawn, but
One thing you do have to consider, and the reason, for instance, I'm not suggesting the immediate knight d5, is I think, in particular, if we're left with this knight, these types of structures could potentially be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, put the knight anywhere else.
Yeah.
f5, h5, h6,
Yeah.
I'm kind of happy.
So I think first priority for black here is to normalize this piece, put it on a good square.
Right.
And then strategically, as Jovanka was saying, these two generally, they're considered to sort of cancel each other out, because the weakness on c6 is compensated for by the weakness on d4. It all feels pretty level. It's still an interesting position, but doesn't feel like
the excitement is Nepo and Anish. I mean, it might just peter out, but what do we have on the... It was an exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, they've progressed all the way to here. We had this position on the board. I was showing this line. So rook takes b6 happened, knight c3, a4 happened, rook b6 takes a6 happened. Oh, this didn't happen, of course. The exchange was picked up. Rook ga3 looks logical. Not allowing
knight c5.
Yeah, not allowing knight c5 looks logical. Putting knight on a square where it doesn't allow knight f4 also looks logical. And now you can play c5, although you have to worry about the rooks coming off the board. You can play b6, actually. I think the engine prefers b6, specifically so that this doesn't happen. Because we've discussed this earlier during one of the earlier shows. With this material imbalance, what black really wants to avoid is the trade of rooks. Because with the rook still on the board, you have some way of controlling the white activity. Whereas with one rook against no rooks, I think Jan immediately feels a lot better about life. And b6 has by now been played by Anish.
Is the black king in any form of danger?
It's difficult to imagine so, because actually now we're kind of grateful for move h5, right? Because it gives us an additional way out.
Yeah. No, I was wondering whether a knight could suddenly find itself on f3 and maybe
takes
there might
long,
be some
long time,
rook
and even then
rook b8 could be played first, and then you try.
Let's try pushing, yeah. So you drop it back, I guess.
Funnily enough, I'm not really happy about the knight anymore. The desirable rook a6, maybe my king could come under duress.
Also, I actually, no, it has the c5 square.
Yeah, I have the c5.
The knight gets trapped, right? Oh.
So we start with this,
and
we force it back, and then we go rook b1. This could become dangerous for white.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think rook a6 is just a mistake. You have to play something else. Maybe knight e1, knight f3.
Yeah, okay, so knight e1.
But even something like maybe knight f4, I'm worried I will blunder the g. Like my intention was to do something like this.
Right.
But then you do have this idea, rook a7, rook b7, and this is vulnerable. So let's think about things for a second. Maybe the setup to aim for is just to play, I don't know, h5, h4, knight f3, king h6, and say, because I control the h8 square with the knight,
it
will be actually, it's going to, although now I've allowed rook a6.
Yes.
Now, and maybe I make a draw. I mean, I'm pretty sure I do make a draw by attacking the f2 pawn.
Right.
And then giving more of these checks. But white has at least stabilized. I think we're getting a little bit carried away trying to guess exactly what will happen.
But I think you pointed out the contours of the position and what the two players are aiming for. What was your strength, would you say? Were you a chess master when you understood that the imbalance, when you had the extra exchange, you wanted to take off a rook? How good were you when that knowledge, that awareness came to you? I was still a class player, and I didn't know that I should be trying to trade a rook.
Yeah, that kind of occurred when I started studying with other international masters, and we started sharing ideas, and one person was talking about Tigran Petrosian and the way that he sacrificed the exchange.
Right.
So I started studying his games, and so I think I was around about 24 when that happens, at 2400 level.
Okay, so you're already very strong.
Yeah, but even now I still have a big reluctance to leave myself an exchange down.
Right.
But I managed to reconcile it a little bit when I was training with a grandmaster, and he said to me, you know, you're hung up on the classical scoring system of like a piece being 3, a rook being 5, a queen being 9. He says one way to overcome that kind of thinking is that you have like a fluctuating scale. So a rook is worth 5, but only when it's on an open line. And a knight, it can be worth 3, even up to 5, if it's like anchored right in the middle of the board, right?
Beautiful outpost.
And then the bishop goes the same. If it's on a long diagonal with some purpose, you know, it can be a very strong piece, maybe a lot more than a rook. So that helped me just get over and shake those kind of shackles of the traditional
my bishop on G2,
assessments,
which is absolutely terrible because it's behind a pawn on E4 and there's a pawn on H3, shouldn't be worth 3 anymore because it's not doing anything.
Exactly.
So why give the bishop a whole credit of being worth 3 points? By the way, I just see now that some moves were made in the game of Levon.
Some moves were made everywhere, and some of them are quite surprising. Let's stick with this one for a second, because Jan
G3.
is... By this point, let's restate once again. It's one of the...
There's a little guy there.
No, Beshki! Peter!
This is absolutely one of the days where Jan just says to himself, I do not care for that thinking business. I am not going to be doing any of it. I will just trust my natural gift.
Right.
Because there is no way you get here with like 10 minutes spent. No matter how many of these are in his files. Like at some point you need to start thinking. And the point is, Bishop H3, by the way, has been played. He wants to play F4 and kind of play against this knight on G6, cut it off. Also improve the king, because we even demonstrated some lines where the king was a bit awkward.
Yeah.
And now it has some breathing space. It's still a very striking decision to make in like 3 minutes flat or something.
3 pawns for the exchange, Peter. I would feel like, if I was in Anisha's shoes, I'd be getting optimistic.
Do you know something? I had a situation like this.
Yes.
I don't think he was a grandmaster at the time, but I was black against an international master, very strong player. And I did one of those type of moves.
G3.
G3.
Go for it. Take the pawn.
Take the pawn.
Yeah.
And it was a rook actually could take my pawn with check as well. And there was like some triangulation with the king. And I remember his look at me. He looked at me like, why are you playing like this?
Right.
It was actually one of the best games of my life, because I'd worked out that he could take the pawn. But my king would do some funny triangulation, and then I would be the one using the open G line. Right. And like now I look at like what Jan's done, and I'm liking it. Like I understand like it was a third pawn to the good, but I think it's very inconvenient to play against, you know, because you do have ideas of F5, the knight was going to find itself a home on F4, and knight E5 as well, as Peter's indicating. Let's
in particular,
not forget
if let's say 65 happens,
so the moral of the story is beware of Jovi offering pawns. She doesn't give them lightly. But point out what's going on, because I'm confused. Bishop G4. Bishop G4.
Yeah, Bishop G4, we just go King F2. Allowing Bishop B2 is not great.
Not the ideal.
This is very, very non-obvious to me, and also pretty decent. It's maybe not the best thing he could have done, but it really doesn't change the evaluation. And when we get here, and we think about this position after B6, and for me to realize that a move that just gives up a full pawn and also gives black the way it's played, I mean, G4 hasn't been played, which I think indicates that Jan isn't at the board. So what he's done in the 2.5 moves between this position and this position, he sacrificed a pawn in an endgame and gave black an outside passer on the H file.
Right.
And the evaluation stays equal.
Wow.
This means this is a pretty decent idea that many people would absolutely fail to consider, and I count myself very much among that number.
Me three.
So he's playing well. It's a very, very unusual idea. It would take me a long time to figure out that my piece activity, the fact that I'm now very much playing against, like, I do not want to give any squares to the rook on b5. As you can see currently on b5, it just does nothing whatsoever. It has nowhere to go. And his follow-up is often, I think, white goes rook a7 here. There's also this idea, for instance, against king h7.
For example.
There's this idea of playing rook c1, specifically provoking c5, and then playing f5. And asking the knight to go to some really uncomfortable squares. Apparently, if you go knight e7, now that move I was indicating, knight e5, this position, suddenly white is better. Maybe not enough to win the game, but white is suddenly having by far the best chances. So the engine suggests you have to go to h4, and now you have to be really certain you don't lose any material, because, like, give me one move here to play king g3, and I will start collecting stuff. But somehow after rook b2 check, king g3 and g5, it all sort of works out for black.
Okay.
So Jan managed to sharpen up this position brilliantly, and unfortunately for him, they've been played so quickly that they already reached move 35, so his 1 hour advantage on the clock isn't going to be as telling, because Anish has only 5 moves to make. But this is actually like a very, very good demonstration of just how good at chess Jan is naturally. Because I'm pretty sure this is no longer book and hasn't been book for a while. And he is still finding these things which are quite difficult to find in unbelievably short periods of time.
Exactly. So once again, so if we play bishop g4,
king f2,
king f2, h4, you do your worst. Run.
For instance, we can do this, I think, right? Because it seems like I blundered another one, but I actually haven't.
How many pawns do I get for the rook?
You might not lose even this one, but I think they get picked off.
I've had this one before.
5 pawns for the rook?
They're not enough.
They're not enough?
They're not enough.
I mean, I think they need to be further advanced. I think they get picked off one by one.
I remember Irina Krush and Alice Lee playing rook and 4 pawns. 4 pawns versus a rook, and it ended in a draw. This was 5, but you're right.
I think they start dropping off.
Okay.
I mean, bishop takes f5 is a mistake. You play something like f6, king f4, bishop h5. You will survive.
That I didn't play.
But now we start asking you all of these questions, right?
Yeah.
And,
now I'm not so happy that I played h4.
Oh, sorry, I didn't play king h7 yet. Rook h1.
Yeah,
and you kind of have to play g5, but you'll still survive this. It's not that bad. But you see how
things can go wrong.
Us giving up this h-pawn and bringing the king into the game and opening up some very unusual files for our pieces very often leads to white developing quite a lot of activity which wasn't really there in the position a moment ago.
On offer.
Yeah, bishop g4 hasn't been played yet. I was slightly ahead of the game here.
The thing that's really bothering me is this knight on g6. I don't want it to go to e7 because I think after knight e7, knight e5, I kind of get dominated.
Yeah.
Knight f8 only invites rook a8, and my knight is
playable,
kind of
but yeah, I don't know if we want to be retreating before we're chased, right? It feels a bit iffy.
So that was, bishop g4, king f2, knight h4, knight f3?
I think it's early. I think it's early, but also I think we should let Anish think here. I'm very curious how he will react.
It doesn't have too much time, 23 minutes, but let's jump back to Fabi for a moment, because up against Richie, he has played...
Rook f d8 is logical.
Rook f d8.
Yeah, I think stopping the bishop from arriving on d6 makes perfect sense. Sort of re-establishing the idea of c6, c5, I guess, in some positions. I think this is just fairly balanced. It's a kind of a position which could become interesting if black somehow doesn't achieve the ideal setup with the knight on d5. But if Richard does get there, feels like this is going to be a perfectly fine position for black.
And knight after d5, that could potentially be an
That's,
idea.
very dependent on how white reacts here, right? Because I'm worried about playing knight d5 while the knight is still on a6.
Yeah, I'm assuming rook ac1 as well. Exactly.
Rook ac1, knight b4. I'm pretty sure we start by knight b4.
Yeah, you got to bring this guy back into civilization, because you do in this particular case. Once I put the rook on c1, right? You do have a fork, knight to d, knight to d3.
I think because of knight before, rook a1 might not be the move because you
suboptimal.
What about a3? Just control that.
I'll go the other way.
c5 is playable even immediately after a3. You can also go knight c7 because we do have the two different pathways towards.
Yeah, then I was wondering whether you could clamp down immediately.
Well, you wanted to put the bishop on e5 and
yes,
other variations.
I do. And I'd also like, if you give me another go, go b4 as well.
Okay, so you see, I always thought that the weakness, the isolated pawn on d4, always offset the weakness of the split pawns.
The knight's hanging on the
sorry. I have to do it in a way with... Oh, well, how can I do this in the right way,
Yeah,
though?
that's the problem. That's why
I wanted to get b4.
Yeah. Well, I think you can go b4 now, but then you'd have to change the pawn structure.
That is not the pawn structure that I want to change.
No.
I'm going to do
I think inviting a7, a5 is generally...
Also,
exactly.
But the bottom line for me was that these two guys were offsetting. I got the split pawns a7 and c6, but the isolated pawn on d4 was always a source of counterplay. c6, c5 is what Peter's ascribes to. You can maneuver your knights around, maybe even to b5 too, by the way. It's not just a one-way traffic on the d5 square. a3, knight here, just to put some moves on the board. Bishop e5, knight to b5. Again, I felt quite comfortable as black in these positions. Yeah. I'm going to put another move on the board, if you don't mind, rook c1, and I'll put another move on the board, a5. So again, I'm saying I've got weaknesses on the queen side, you've got a weakness in the center. Even Stevens, what you going to do? Fabi's
Bishop e5
time.
played.
Fabi's clock time, by the way, it went down.
Yeah, he's
significantly
just
to
over
31 minutes, actually.
Half an hour. And they're still only on move 15.
I think the creative play out of the opening that Richie did in this game, the Schlechter-Slav g6 with e6 included, definitely threw Fabi off of his prep, as it should. I mean, who would have prepared for that? Bishop e5 on the board. Does that invite the move c6, c5, though, Peter?
I'm trying to sort of establish what I think about this. I think it's playable, but you don't need to hurry with it. I think knight b4, knight d5 is still perfectly serviceable. There's no particular reason to avoid playing this. There's also knight b8, d7, which I wouldn't have really considered at all, but seems to be a way to approach this position. I don't think very many human players will even, start thinking in that direction.
Okay, so if you go knight to b4, isn't it time for white to start?
Rook d1.
I was thinking rook c1.
Because this knight
d3 is annoying, I think. Yeah,
knight d3 bugs me as well.
I think you start by playing rook f1, we go like rook rook ac8, you can go rook ac1 here. And the knight drops back to d5. And
here I wanted to play a very odd move, but I thought it might be time to drop the queen back to c.
Nothing odd about it.
With
wasn't
the
really
idea of knight a4, knight c5.
Yeah, no, this is a dream. Yeah, black could. Sometimes it's maybe useful to kick the rook away from c1, just pointing out that the bishop isn't obliged to stay on g7 for the rest of the game. But as for your plan of knight c4, knight a4, knight c5, this absolutely needs attention. I will say that I think you can take on c3 often in these types of positions because the improving, sort of the reconnecting recapture with the pawn allows black to play c6, c5 immediately, and I think this is fine. And if you take with the queen, I will quite happily re-establish a different knight on d5. And once again, this type of structures, they don't really worry me at all with the black pieces. I think this is just completely okay. Yeah, I think Richard is just fine, honestly. I don't... The way the pieces are, I feel weirdly bishop a6 followed by queen a4. If we go back here, I think queen a4 may not have been the move.
I thought queen e2 and just...
Because you can even maybe start with this immediately because this is going to be very much part of your play in this structure in general. So just plant plant it there. Play b3, play, I don't know, bishop e3 or bishop a3. Make sure that you don't have to worry about c6, c5. Make sure that you can land the knight on c5 the moment this one goes anywhere. and go from there. It's not like white is significantly better here, but it doesn't really feel to me that playing queen a4 and provoking queen b6 is actually discombobulating black in any way. I think queen b6 is a move you're pretty happy about playing.
Exactly.
And for white, we are occupying a square that is needed for a different piece. I absolutely agree with you, with Jovi, that this is what we should be aiming for. But we've
That's the dream.
We've kind of cut ourselves off at the knees here a little bit.
Yeah,
Knight before on the board.
By the way, the position that I have on my screen is almost perfectly exemplifies what this was your queen c2. The positions that I always thought was fine. Knight d5, this idea that I have a weakness on c6, you have a weakness on d4, but they're offsetting so much so I didn't think either side had a benefit from these two weak imbalances.
Yeah. My experience is that if everything is just balanced, black, by virtue of having possession of the open B line, has some play and also has a lovely square on d5.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that both players do have their play. I mean, if I'm white, I'm going to try to triple up on the c file, you know, Alekhine's gun, go rook c4, rook c2, queen c1.
And also, if the bishops do come off the board, sometimes you can maybe, in some ideal scenarios, suddenly launch something on the king side. H4, H5, let's say knight e5, knight g4, and there's suddenly something going on. But black needs to be completely oblivious to their surroundings, like 5 moves straight, for this to actually be a factor.
Just as Peter is saying, you know, you've got ideas that suddenly h6 check, knight g5, something could go wrong.
Knight e5, knight g4.
Right.
I'm in there.
Mickey did that to me once. He went like knight e5, knight g6, knight g4 when I had a setup against his isolated queen pawn. In the game between Leinier and Levon, again, when we left it, we had just left it around these parts with d8 had been played. There was a trade. He recaptured with the knight.
I found that a little bit surprising.
Me too.
I expected d takes e5, you know.
More or less above everything else. Knight takes e5, so Levon said, okay, I don't really like encouraging knight c4. In other words, if I played bishop e3, knight c4 hitting b2 and bishop. So bishop f4 is a kind of a temporary development move. If I get another turn, I get to play queen d4 and I bring my rook over and rah, knight f5.
I'm also looking at knight f5.
Yes.
My eyes are focused on one direction only.
I think it comes down to whether or not black can play d5 in certain positions.
I agree with that. I think the way to actually completely equalizing these structures pretty much only is connected with the idea of d6, d5, but whether you actually get there or not is
a question, right?
Yeah.
Queen d2. Now, I was always, well, my classical training was that if I have a pawn on e4 and you have a pawn on d6, say from a Philidor defense position, I was supposed to be better. So yes, I invite you to play knight takes e4, queen takes f4 from a strictly, you know, material point of view. It's dead even, but white was always supposed to be for choice. That was why the move d6 takes e5 would have taken precedent for me. Peter, your take on this very specific position.
And bearing in mind that Leinier has just had a 20-minute think as well.
I think he wants to preserve some life in the position. I think he felt d takes e5 gives him absolutely 0 winning chances.
Okay.
And it's not like he's better here, but here with the queen still on the board and a slightly less symmetrical structure.
Wow, nice.
He gets perhaps to play a slightly more double-edged position. And c7, c5 is a very interesting option here, hinting at another explanation for why the knight took on e5, right? He is saying, I want to play c5, c4, I want to plant it on d3.
Okay.
And you will have to either take on e5 now, which I think is a preferable situation for black, because we get the same structure, but without the bishop and the knight, right? It's going to be even more comfortably equal.
As a chess commentator, one of my great joys is I get to sacrifice all the pieces without any of the consequences. So I'm seeing c5, I'm seeing
Queen
knight
d2,
f5.
knight f5, or in some order. Yeah.
You're going to go c4, play ball with me for just a moment. I'm going to go queen d2. You're going to go knight d3.
Yeah, now I resign after that.
Bishop takes h6.
And that's Johnny Ballgame. That's over.
Yeah.
So let me play Jovi's move, knight f5, because that was something that you were aspiring towards there,
rubbing
Jovi.
my hands
Like gleefully.
Absolutely.
Knight f5, and isn't this just a little too
Knight
slow?
f5, d5 though. I think if we want to do that, we have to start with queen d2.
Yes.
Oh, queen d2
Yeah, we
first.
have to be a bit subtle.
In which, was it subtle? I wanted to land like a pound of bricks.
The queen d2 is a kind of multi-purpose move because you are perhaps going rook a d1, you know, target.
And also, I think Leinier is, and I was thinking about it even after bishop f4 immediately, because you can actually play d5 here, but if you do it here, you're very much inviting a move like queen d4 followed up by f4, f3, f4, and e4, e5.
Right.
So he's gone c5, and after queen d2, he has the improved version of the same, much improved actually, because after bishop e5, rook e5, you can't even play f4 because that allows knight takes e4.
Right.
And us putting the queen on d2 has actually cost us very, very dear with white. So I think Leinier will be very well aware that his king side is actually 2 moves away from total disaster.
Right.
Like if you allow knight f5 and queen d2, you will have to start making very, very sharp, defensive maneuvers to avoid getting mated, straight up mated.
Right.
But I think he's played c5, and he is now fairly prepared to play d6, d5 next move against more or less anything. Knight f5, d5. This is actually just very good for black because the center starts it disintegrates.
Yeah.
It disintegrates so quickly
Right.
that we're just not going to be able to generate any kind of
Knight
attack.
f5 looks premature for
It
sure.
definitely
Peter.
does look premature.
And here, once again, it feels like mass simplifications in the center are prescribed, something along the lines of takes, and rook a d1, and black will take on e4. We get all of these pieces off the board, and this is very level.
Yeah, this looks.
There is not a lot going on.
And instead of queen d2, I just wanted to have a look at a quirky idea that I suddenly thought about. A4. I just wanted to prevent d5.
It does. You can take on e5.
Yeah, now the engine goes knight g6, and I think it prepares to take on a4 and play d6, d5 next
Again.
Or after bishop b3. I don't know how easy that is to actually do, because it puts it back on e5 and said you haven't actually made much progress. But giving you yet another move, because it doesn't really feel immediately obvious to me that the bishop is poorer on e3 than it is on f4. So by playing in this position,
just to kind
knight
of...
g6 followed by knight d5, looks like I've just given up a lot of tempo.
Yeah, and then the idea with a4 was just to get my rook to a4 and maybe...
Develop your rook.
Develop my rook, maybe swing it across, get ready for action on the...
I like the open A file. I mean, there's reasons for playing A4.
Here, d6, d5 is coming very quickly, though.
Yeah.
And we've also invited the knight to land on d3. So I think the big mistake for black would be to actually be, not a big mistake, but this is very obliging, ba4.
Yeah. Okay. Jovi, before we go on our break, just break down a little bit the candidates' qualifications, because I'm getting a very interesting paper here.
Yes, there are two ways to the candidates. 2 spots available, one to the highest rated player in January 2024, and the other one who has the top spot in the FIDE circuit ratings.
Wesley So is really sitting pretty, actually, as far as the ratings spot is concerned.
Yes, he has taken over as a potential favorite for the candidates qualifying spot because of his performance. And if Giri wants to accumulate some points there, he must finish with a win today to keep his candidates qualifying spot on the FIDE circuit. Because remember, whoever has the highest spots on that circuit, whoever finishes at the top of the table, they are going to Toronto in 2024. And if Giri does not win, Dominguez has a high chance to qualify by ratings.
Okay.
But that is definitely dependent on whether Dominguez plays another tournament in
activity requirement.
Exactly, between December and the end of December.
End of
December. It can't.
Which is absolutely extraordinary, this idea that we would have 4 potential American qualifiers in the candidates. I mean, we joked amongst ourselves that it would be America versus India, and the candidates were that to happen.
Yeah.
But thanks to Ben Underwood for bringing those.
Yes.
Well, jockeying for position is what I wanted to say.
Absolutely. I mean, the race there is just incredibly thrilling and intense. But we are going to go on our second break of the day. But don't go anywhere, because coming up after the break, we do have Garry Kasparov joining us. So you don't want to be missing that. It's going to be epic.
So today's Community Day. All the participants of the U.S. Championship are going to schools around St. Louis and, teaching kids openings, endgames, tactics, doing some fun stuff like hand and brain, some simuls, and we just finished our first class and it was really fun.
I see kids taking the skills that they're learning in chess, whether that be critical thinking, decision-making skills, planning skills, and I see them applying that throughout the rest of their school day, whether it's in classes or sports, or even just how they interact with one another and with their teachers.
I play with my auntie, my mom, my sisters. Sometimes on the weekends, like, we go to the park and we play. They be begging me to teach them. I show them new stuff, like new openings. I show them that. And so I'm trying to see them get better and try to beat me.
What I like about chess is just trying to have fun and learn new things, and maybe I'll get more into it and it'll maybe be my full career.
I heard that if you play chess, you make better decisions in life, so I always want to make better decisions in life.
I can tell you that they've engaged more in critical thinking. They are looking analytically at moves and trying to think ahead.
I like the complexity of chess, how you have to think about every single move you make. Like every move you make, whether it's gonna put your king in check, whether it's gonna put your anything in danger, whether it's just a move that you make. Everything counts in the long run. I like how it makes me use my critical thinking, makes me look at the whole board.
I think it's teaching them to be persistent. We have a lot of students who it takes them, it may take a few weeks or even months in chess club to master a particular strategy or skill. And what I think that teaches kids is even if they don't get it the first time around, or even if it's difficult the first time around, it's worth sticking to it.
Well, one thing's for certain, without the St. Louis Chess Club, we would not have chess instructors, because I don't know if you all know this, but there is a critical shortage of teachers and educators, and especially those in areas that are not core content area. And because of the St. Louis Chess Club collaboration, we have people who come in here working with students who want to work with them. Today, with the experience, the Grandmaster Community Outreach Day, I came up and I'm like, well, what's a grandmaster? And they're like, oh, you don't know what a grandmaster is? And they were able to explain that. And they recognize the importance and the seriousness. I mean, it's a sport, it's a profession. And so they're able to see things outside of the sports that we typically promote in school.
It makes me feel good, because learning stuff like this will help me build my problem solving skills, help me build strategy, and helping my brain.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind the scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Yasser Janova. I will take you behind the scenes of the Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and don't miss out on players' interviews and more content from the playing hall.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everybody. It's a championship round, the Sinquefield Cup. And, well, we have one game finishing already.
Yes.
It was a draw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza Firouzja, but in the other games, there's been some intense moments, but anything can still happen.
Absolutely. In one of our marquee matchups between Levon, Aronian, and Leinier-Dominguez, this last move from Levon, Queen D2, was a clear intention, and Jovi, this idea of knight f5 and bishop takes h6 is such a telegraphed shot. I mean, it's like a brick falling on your toe. You will recognize that there are issues. And Leinier immediately undertook a very important move, Peter, d6, d5,
as we
breaking the
as
center.
we were describing. And
Yes.
interestingly, because I became curious,
can we take the pawn?
This was still playable, which is, I think, a very interesting testament to just how strong the whole idea of bishop h6 is. Black challenges your center. Black also introduces more squares on the 6th rank to play against the attack. And yet still, rook e6 apparently the only way to continue, knight e5, knight e8. And now after queen g5 check, you have to play king f8. You would like to play rook g6, but that allows this very, very strong fork on e7.
Right.
So you have to play king f8. And now after something like, let's say, queen h5,
Mate thread on
yeah,
h8.
I thought king g8 repeats, but king g8 doesn't actually repeat. After rook a1, you're in trouble. Things start collapsing in the center.
Let's
so you have to drop the knight back, and
not intuitive.
You can even play a kind of a slow move here, e4, e5, trying to keep the center closed. And in all of the variations I'm looking at right now, white isn't winning, but white pretty much every single time has enough for a draw. So I just wanted to show this as an illustration of just how strong, even with few pieces on the board, and the attackers, for the vast majority of time we're talking here, white only has 2 attackers, and black seemingly has pretty much every single piece ready to defend the king.
Right.
And there's still enough compensation. So that was definitely a choice, but Levon went for it with the more restrained approach, which is something we showed before going on break.
That's
taking on e5, playing rook a1. You do, it feels, need to take on e4, because with the x-ray along the d file, if you sidestep with the queen, I can still play f4.
Yeah.
Yeah, because your tactic of knight takes e4 no longer works, because eventually the d file opens and the g8 rook falls. So you have to take on e4 here, and we are very likely to enter into either this position, or there is an option for white to spoil the black structure on the king side, but that allows the rook to land on e2.
That's a dead draw.
If you give white an additional tempo here to play king f2,
Okay.
you are
You're in
extremely
trouble.
interested. You are very, very interested here. But rook e2 just makes an immediate draw here.
Exactly.
In fact, the entire queen side will disappear in
Right.
very, very quick fashion. I'm expecting Levon to take on d7 twice and perhaps play knight takes e4 here, or rook takes e4. But this is a very dry position now.
They have approached that position right up to rook takes d7. And Jovi.
It is my pleasure to announce that the 13th World Chess Champion, Garry Kasparov, is here and ready to join us on the show. Welcome, Garry.
Thank you, thank you. So am I too late? So is the round over?
You're almost too late, Gary, but you're one of the great attacking players, Gary. And we saw this move, d5. And I'm disappointed, Gary, that Levon did not capture bishop takes
Show me
h6.
again, remember, I'm watching, I'm watching on the internet, and I'm just behind. So that's why you have to tell me what happened after Bishop.
It will be live,
F4.
Gary.
I saw Bishop F4. What happened after Bishop F4?
Bishop F4. After the move, Bishop F4 came.
Yeah, C5, Queen D2, D5. Yes.
Correct. C5.
Bishop takes H6.
Yes, please, Gary. Break this down for us. We were just looking at Bishop takes H6. G takes H6.
He has to take. Queen
takes
knight,
H6.
Knight H7. H7, yes.
Well, we were looking at rook E6, but knight H7.
Well, yeah, I saw knight H7, knight H5, F6. I thought.
Knight H7, knight. So these. These were the first moves that ran through your mind. Okay.
I just wanted to have my queen, just defending the king. So that's
right, queen.
No, wait, but it's it's not.
Knight
not clear how you
F5,
can...
Knight F5 followed by Rook A1, and we continue slowly, but it feels.
Knight F5, yes. Knight F5, F6, Rook A1, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
F6, Rook A1. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I should probably go Queen F7.
Yes.
We take.
Take by.
Probably pawn, yeah.
Queen G6.
Rook takes C5 though.
Queen G, yes. Sorry. That's Queen G. Rook F5. No. Yeah, maybe still yes. Very
Would have been a lot more exciting than what we're about to witness.
I was having but after Rook E6 you play also Knight F5. Yes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rook E6. Rook E6, yes. Take on H6. Rook E6, Knight F5, and then Queen G5 check. Yes.
Knight F5. Well, this position we actually were very interested in. It just felt like the engines are saying it's even, Gary, but
it's exciting.
Exactly. And maybe you like to be white in such positions. You
but
feel.
Is it practical for one to roll the dice like this?
As a professional player, you also know that it's so easy to sacrifice, other people's pieces.
As a professional chess commentator, it's my great honor and glory.
You finish the sentence because, of course we have to sacrifice.
Of course we do.
I think white has excellent position, so it's very entertaining, and I would say very little risk. Yeah, it's easy to play with white.
It's easy to
even if position is even from machine's perspective. So for humans, and also what was the alternative? I mean, just to
the game continuation.
Unfortunately, the alternative is the game continuation, Gary, and the game continuation is not attractive at all. What happened in the game is all the pieces got traded off. Levon, instead of sacrificing, he took on E5. Rook takes E5. Rook D1. And unfortunately, Gary, we've seen this throughout the tournament for Levon. He is not inspired. His play has not inspired him to play. And we will expect to draw.
Sometimes, you have players that are just getting tired of the tournament and they want just to finish it.
Yes.
So I remember that there's Vichy announced comments when it's at the end of our match in New York, in 1995. So because I want to make quick draw in the last game was white, and he was asked, so why didn't you try? Okay, he was losing -3, so it was clearly that the match was over, and Vichy said, put you in my shoes. So it's this, how can you play? I think he said something like nail biting. He clearly didn't want to play anymore. So
let's get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. So so I think it's just Levon probably had no energy. It's just to go for it. But still, I would think if the tournament goes poorly, why not to take on H6? Have fun.
Exactly.
And also, we will be happy. We will be rooting for you.
Gary,
what else happened there? Because I saw I saw, it's okay. It's a draw. Just take it away.
Take it away. For me, Gary, I wanted to ask you a question. I refer to the game between Nepo and Anish for a moment, if you don't mind. Because what happened in this game was actually extraordinary. Seriously, it's not a joke. Nepo played 20 moves and had 96 minutes. You're just like blitzing. Anish was taking his time. The gap between them became an hour, and I began reflecting on the fact that I once played against Vachier-Lagrave, where the difference in our clocks was even closer to 2 hours. What has been the worst example for you, where your opponent just blitzed throughout the whole game?
I'm not so sure.
Not so sure.
Not so sure.
You got stopped
because you need. There are very few players who could blitz their way through. I mean, Vachier was one of them.
This game has finished in a draw.
Just to interrupt you, sorry, Gary, but we do have a handshake between Levon and Leinier. Our congratulations to the wildcard Leinier finishing with +2. Yes, please. Sorry. Do continue, Gary.
It's not about the game, but you mentioned Vachier.
Yes.
So I think it was our first classical chess game we played in Linares in 91. Linares 1991. So, and it was Petrov, and I was very happy because it was a really tight tournament. So I started poorly, I lost to Ivanchuk, but then I just, I was gradually catching up. And with 3 rounds to go, I think 3 rounds to go, so I think we were even. So, and I had to play Vichy, Lubo, and Yusupov, and 2 whites. So, and I was very optimistic. So I think 3 rounds to go. Yes, we had with Vichy we had Petrov, and I followed our analysis because we prepared this line for Karpov in 1990. So and we found some new ideas. I remember working with Sergei Dolmatov. It's a third move d4. So it's this very long line, and Vichy played by just all the theoretical moves. And then just, we reached the position and I was already sitting, waiting, okay, now this is this analysis, it's everything should work in my favor. And Vichy, just for spent a couple of minutes, and he played, I remember, rook takes d2, so it's returning the exchange, and I just, it played so quickly. Again, it doesn't solve all the problems, but I was really annoyed by him playing so quickly, and I just, I made a mistake and he escaped and it was a draw, and it's, that's what I ended up I beat Lubo, but then I just, I drew with Lisupov, and Ivanchuk won the tournament. First tournament I have not won since 1981. So, and that's, it was only one move, but still, he's, the confidence that he made the move. I remember rook takes d2. I just, caught me by, not surprised, but again, was annoying.
Very annoying. I want to turn your attention to the game of Fabiano and Richard Rapport.
Wait, stop. But it's he played very quickly, but the position I saw will look very good for white.
Which one?
The Nepo position.
The Nepo position.
He spent a little time, but it looked that his position was, considering the time he spent, it was too good.
Right. Yeah. Peter, jump in. What's just happened?
Things are actually getting quite interesting there because Anish is now, because of the pressure on the clock, Jan is still above an hour. Anish is down to 3 minutes only. But he only needs to make 2 more moves. And he played a good move here, rook b3, which I think requires a lot of calculation because you need to worry about knight e5. After knight e5, your pieces are still hanging. There's ideas of knight takes g4 and rook h1 check.
F6, yes. F6.
I think both knight c8 and knight g6 are okay. F6 might still, no, hang on. F6 knight takes g4 and...
sorry, yes.
Yeah. So he will have to choose between knight c8 and knight g6, both of which are okay. Knight c8 very specifically because after rook f7, the knight returns to the game with great effect, attacks the rook on f7, attacks the pawn on e4. But if this were move 35, this would have been very, very exciting and also very promising for Jan, I think. But with only 2 moves to make, it feels like Anish will probably be okay. But yeah, Jan managed to generate a lot of excitement from a position which we thought was quite dry. So yeah, I think he's played a surprisingly interesting game today from what looked like a very level situation.
Yeah.
And what about the game between Fabi and Richard? Because this game has much more energy, Jovi. I mean, look, more pieces on the board.
Also, if Fabiano wins,
and Fabi,
he will be Sinquefield Cup winner outright.
As well. Just take us, how would you break down the position between Fabi and Richard exactly at this point? We just saw the move knight f3 to g5. I'm not sure about Richie's move bishop f8, by the way, but how do you like them apples, Gary?
White is slightly better. That's clearly, and no doubt about it. Okay. So I guess that he wants to play knight e4. Yes. Now. Yes. I wonder why you play knight g5.
Knight g. I don't know. It's sort of annoying.
Okay, maybe you don't expect h6 knight takes e6. I mean, I'm sure
that would be nice.
you don't expect h6. So then, why do you play knight g5? So what is now your knight doing on g5?
It's there. h4. Potentially, my queen could come over to f3. Okay, I don't say there's a rook lift in the position, but is this not okay? Let me make a bad move. Sorry. Let me make a bad move. Take. Let me make some more bad moves. Rook d3, knight here, and now we stop because we've got checkmates down the h file. I leave the details to yourselves, but knight h7, rook h3, I sacrifice my queen.
But rook h3, h6, actually. You have to make sure it works.
Rook h, that's a pity.
But
how about knight h7 then?
Unfortunately, there's bishop h6 included somewhere. We take on c2.
No.
We take on c2, and after knight f6, we actually go into the corner, not to g7.
Yeah.
You do what?
We go into the corner.
No, sorry. I go knight f6 check, of course.
King h8. King h8, unfortunately.
Yes, it's the rook on a1 is hanging. Otherwise, you could have won the queen, but rook on a1 is hanging. And now bishop h6, yes.
Yeah, and I free the f8 square to run.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Hang on, actually, variation continue. I have f6. I was getting very excited there for the idea of going rook takes h6 here, king g7, knight g4, and then bishop f6. But there will be f7, f6 there.
Yeah. f6, yeah.
Knight g4 check. I think king f8 might actually be losing. King f8, bishop f6, king e8, knight e5.
And knight e5.
Knight e5. And this, I was so excited about this. But this, unfortunately, does not quite happen.
Because you both spotted f6 check.
Yeah, f6 here probably solves all of these.
It's an answer to the check, sorry.
Does it, though? Bishop takes f6? Hang on a second.
But it's still a draw, yes?
Yeah, I've got to prepare.
It's a king f7, rook h6, rook h7, and you have to go king g8.
King e8, knight e5 is still made, right?
King 8, yes, knight e5 is still made. What's the difference?
I mean, queen b4 exists, but yeah, it's bad.
Okay, so you have to go back, and then we're going to make
king
a
g8.
Hang on a second, rook g7?
King h8.
King h8. No, king h8 is made in two.
No, king f8, king f8, king f8.
You have to go king f8, and I wanted to go knight h6. I wanted to go like full on.
You both read the same tactical checkmate book.
But
this is still a draw after king e8, unfortunately.
King e8,
yeah,
still a draw. So this is why I think knight g5 is, and Fabi, he's got these ideas of a rook lift. A rover, rook up and over, knight g5, and he's trying to be
annoying. It's also very psychological, Yasser, because Rapport, he's a very aggressive player, and maybe now he's seeing some hallucinations. Now it was knight on g5. It was just did he play a5?
No, he played knight g4, which is a good reply, I think.
Knight g4. Yeah. Gary, Sorry, we've got people in the studio waiting to be interviewed. Tell us when you're coming to town, and you're going to be joining us for the gala, correct?
Tomorrow, of course.
Tomorrow.
Excellent.
Yes.
And,
Tomorrow by lunchtime, yes. So.
I just have one quick question I'd just like to ask your opinion on.
Go ahead.
So, who do you think will make it to the candidates? We've seen so much speculation.
This is so much, yeah, but I think it's about mathematics now. So I'm not following the details because it's about ratings. And then feed points. I don't think I can tell you that's this. You have to ask, the bookies, not me.
On that note, thank you very much, Gary, for joining us. And
see you
tomorrow at the gala.
Well, no,
2nd of December is the gala.
Exactly. Thank you, Gary. And we're going to toss it to Anastasia, who's in studio with a special guest. Anastasia, over to you.
Thank you, Yasser, and I have Leinier with me today. Leinier, just finished your game in a draw, but first of all, what approach did you have today while you were doing the opening choice? I mean, it's such an important game for you.
Yeah, well, it was very simple, just to play normal, what I intended to play anyway. So in terms of the opening, I didn't really consider going crazy or anything like that. I was just trying to play a good game, and I guess not much was going on. Very solid game.
Yeah, so actually, can you please describe, let's say, what happened with Wars? Simply, position was quite of equal, yes, from the beginning.
Yeah, it's a very solid line. I mean, Black has such a sound position that you can, generally speaking, play almost what you want. Of course, White is always having a slight initiative, but I don't think I had any trouble. He at some point he went for this 92 knight f1 idea. Yeah, and then White gets d4, knight g6, knight g3, b5, f3, and I was playing for d5, so rook a d8, d takes e5. I guess I could take with a pawn here. This is also pretty solid. I mean, queen d7, and then, for example, knight d7, also some kind of endgame. I thought maybe he can hope for something. But again, Black is very, very solid, so I decided to play more concrete, 95, aiming for the d65 break. And then, then it was a bit more here, more concrete. Of course, bishop f4, main idea is that after d5, White takes on e5 and then plays f4, e5 and gets some advantage. That's why I play the move c5. Knight g6 was possible too. But then bishop e3, d5, bishop d4. And here I wasn't sure. I was calculating something like, because if d4, bishop f6, obviously, and after queen c6, I thought e5, knight d7, and knight h5. And it's very tricky because now e6 is coming and f4 as well. And if I take on e5, there is f4 and g7 falls. So this kind of ideas he was trying to
trick you somewhere,
to trick me somewhere, but the position is so solid, I mean, that it's very hard to... So I think c5 is a good move, just denying the bishop the d4 square, just grabbing some space in the center. Like this, I can play queen c6 sometimes immediately d5. And then after queen d2, d5, I think, it was... this line was, I guess, critical, but it didn't look good because I have rook e6, and then after knight f5, knight e8, protect g7. He can play queen g5 here because knight g6, rook g6, knight e7. But after king f8, I thought position should be fine for Black. And it's also a bit risky because, after all, it's a piece, yeah. So something like this, I would be very happy to get because I would even get chances to play for a win. Yeah. But after bishop takes e5 and rook a d1, then a draw, it's pretty much inevitable.
Yeah, and were you following also the game of Fabi at the same time while you were playing yours, or you tried to concentrate only on yours?
Yeah, no, I would say not much difference. Let's say if we compare with the previous round, I'm always interested in the rest of the games, but not especially. I mean, I know it's going to be a tough game. I mean, Vachier is although he's not having the best tournament, he's still a very strong player and he's capable of winning against anyone. So it's a tough game in general. And
let's have a quick look.
Yeah,
at what's going on. What do you think about the position?
Yeah, looks unclear to me. It seems that Black is doing fine, but white is also maybe doing fine. So I guess, it's pretty even, yeah.
Yeah, so now it's an interesting situation. Like if Fabi makes a draw, then you have to play this playoff. Like, what's your plan now? What are you going to do?
Yeah, well, first of all, I mean, it was a good tournament for me, no matter what. So +2 undefeated in this field, it's great.
Yeah,
so
congratulations, actually. Yes, it was really good event.
I couldn't ask for more. So, but I still have chances. So if I eventually get a chance to play for the first place in a playoff, I'll try to do my best and to use my chances.
Yeah, and now also all the situation with the candidate spot, and today was also this clarification from FIDE about the rules. What do you think about it? And
yeah, well, actually, I had little time for all this. Also, it was a bit surprising, as I told you yesterday. I wasn't. I mean, I was aware of vaguely of the idea, but I didn't expect it to be so close. And yeah, so I had time to check what the statement put forward by FIDE, and I saw then some comments. Chris, for example, was commenting that this wasn't in the original rule. So if that's the case, that's of course not great from FIDE. But I mean, again, I plan to kind of after the tournament,
you will think about it.
I'll think about all this and see what should I do.
If your only chance is to play some events outside of US, are you going to do so?
Probably yes, because it's I mean it's a nice chance. I mean it's not so. I mean it's not every day, obviously, that you get a chance to fight for a place in the candidates. So yeah, I would do it.
That's great. Great news. We still don't know what will happen afterwards. Let's wait for the game of Fabi to finish. And thank you so much, Leinier, for all your comments. And congratulations once again. It was a great event.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. And we would like to add our congratulations also to Leinier. A fantastic result. I mean, just fantastic. A wild card coming in and competing with this field. Undefeated, +2, as he said. Simply outstanding.
Absolutely,
I mean, our
incredible
applause.
performance. And as Anastasia mentioned, everything hinges on Fabiano's game.
Of course.
If Fabiano wins, then he is the outright Sinquefield Cup winner. But if it's a draw, we will see playoffs.
Playoffs. And if he were to lose, then, of course, Leinier would be a winner. Speaking of winners, MVL is now confirmed thanks to Levon's draw.
Yes. Thanks to Levon's draw, MVL's spot in the top 3 of the Grand Chess Tour is guaranteed. So that means that MVL will get an automatic invitation, a qualification into next year's Grand Chess Tour cycle. And let's remind ourselves of the Grand Chess Tour standings. Fabiano Caruana, he came into the competition with 33 points, 11 points ahead of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He put on a sterling performance and he was assured Grand Chess Tour champion 2 rounds ago. But there was everything to play for in the battle for second and third. And Wesley So going into this round had definitely clinched top 3 spots. But it was unclear who would be finishing in third place. But now we know. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
By virtue of his draw over Alireza, but also once again by virtue of the fact that
Levon drew against Leinier. Because the only other person who was in contention was Nepomniachtchi. But Nepomniachtchi could only claim the 3rd spot from MVL if he himself won and Levon beat Leinier. But that didn't happen, as we saw.
Exactly. And what do you have for us in the game between
This is actually becoming very, very interesting, coming to Fabi's game. Jan's endgame is also now very sharp, but appears to be a kind of a sharp endgame, which with good play should end in a draw still, even though Jan did a fantastic job of turning a very symmetrical looking position into an absolute mess. Much credit must go to him there, but Anish is playing very well in response. But this one is heating up, because after knight g4 and after knight g4, I think sadly Gary's initial instinct was, as usual, absolutely correct. I think knight g5 is generally played with the intention of just fighting for the c5 square. And your mating variations were a little bit fanciful.
But fun.
But very fun to walk, to walk through. Knight d7 and knight g4 were 2 of the best moves in the position. And after bishop g3, interestingly, the engine very much likes the idea of shifting this knight from f6 to f5 to generate more actual play against the pawn on d4. Bishop g7 isn't a mistake as such, although already here there were suggestions that maybe knight h6 was more precise. Interestingly, Fabi just completely ignored the idea of going knight a4, which after queen b5, knight c5, could lead to some very interesting positions. Very often on my screen I saw white actually getting to sacrifice this piece on a6. Play could become very, very concrete. But instead of all this, Fabi played knight f3, and Richard very quickly played rook c8 here, which I think is an inaccuracy. I think, once again, it was time to play knight h6 to start immediately playing against the d4 pawn, and play could continue something like knight a4, queen b5, knight c5. And I want to establish that this is something we've been wanting. Jovanka was arguing for this hours ago, correctly. Correctly. And if you do nothing, actually very often the idea of playing a4 and then rook a3, b3, this queen doesn't have very many squares.
Okay.
So specifically here, you're just in time to play knight f5, and after bishop b5, you're actually in time to take. And if white takes with the pawn, suddenly you've lost connection between your pieces, and it will start being awkward. And if you take with the knight, you can start attacking the g4 pawn by, let's say, knight f6, and then the rook comes to d5, the other one comes to d8. So there's enough play before white manages to do something on the queen side. Rook a8 is slow, though, and I think knight a4 here, followed by knight c5, would have been quite awkward. Suddenly, and it's been around equal for quite some time, with the engine not really giving white more than a minuscule advantage. Somewhere here, it starts saying that, let's say we play knight h6, a4, queen b6, we include bishop b5, and then we start playing rook a3. And it starts actually disliking this for black quite a bit, because it seems that the counterplay against the d4 pawn is not fast enough. You should be doing it quicker. But instead of all that, Fabi played knight e4, which is a similar move, of course, and it has the additional idea of knight d6. But it's not really disturbing the queen on b6. But once again, I think Richie has found himself in a spot where if he continues not playing knight h6, which remains the best move of him here, he might actually be drifting into a position he will stop liking.
But do you think it's like knight h6 is like his blind side, you know, because they often say that retreating moves with the knight are very difficult to see.
It feels like he's already passed up on this opportunity twice.
Right.
So there's maybe some indication that he's just not looking in that direction at all, that he's waiting for a good moment to return it to f6. But if you put it on f6, then your counterplay, once again, your counterplay against the g4 pawn is not quick enough. And here white even has this very, very cute move, knight e5, saying, please take this one, because I will reestablish it with a win of a lot of material. So this is actually turning into a position where you absolutely need to be precise with black. You no longer have the luxury of just making common sense decisions and being certain that they will carry you through.
And in terms of the clock times?
14 against 19. Oh, this is going to be very...
this is going to be
I only
fun,
just
right?
realized,
And they're only on move 21. So, in this fight for first, this is going to get very, very intriguing. In the remaining game between
let's
Jan
take a
and
look at
Anish,
that.
You were giving kudos to Jan for creating a bit of a chaotic mess.
And he continues actually making the most ambitious moves here. We left it somewhere here, I think. That was the position I showed to Gary. Rook b3 is the correct response. Knight e5 has been played, the knight went to c8. And here Jan could have played rook takes f7, knight d6. This leads to equal positions anyway, but he played rook a4, which I think is a good move. Not stopping knight d6, but protecting the e4 pawn so that knight d6 is not that effective. But after f6, I think it was maybe time to start liquidating. The engine, for instance, goes rook d4 here, once again trying to stop knight d6 from happening. And this all evens out, because white actually starts switching to the play against the knight on c8. And also very, very important to point out that it might feel attractive in a lot of positions to give this check, trying to get the king to occupy poor squares, but very often there is the rook h3 response.
That's annoying.
So we play rook d4, and importantly, if the rook abandons the third rank, we will now have an additional resource of giving this check. We can also take on c7 and chase the knight. We can play king g3, get the king up to g4 and play like this. It doesn't really leave the equality, though. It's all very much within the margins. But Jan he finally, I think, spent quite a lot of time thinking here. This is move 42, by the way. He's on 55 minutes. And I have a feeling this is actually 55 minutes left over from
previous.
So that's actually an hour and a half.
Yeah.
In reality, this is an hour and a half. Whereas
Right.
for Anish, Anish is playing on the remaining 30 minutes.
Right.
And he played a 4F5. Yeah.
And there is the. You're right. An hour 20.
He played a 4F5 because
That's the most ambitious.
Yeah, I think so, because he is just making sure that the pawn cannot be picked up by rook f3, rook takes f4.
Also, there are checkmating ideas on the board of rook h1, which you've highlighted, and if the black rook is not able to intercept, then the king and the knight.
If the king gets pushed back, there's potentially a lot of
Yeah.
trouble. But the engine says you can play knight d6 now. The point being, the check can still be replied to with rook h3, and if rook takes c6,
that's the one.
We can play b5, rook d4, knight c4. Relocate it to e5. The king will come out via h6 and g5. This is actually worse for white.
I didn't think I was getting the knight to e5.
But we are.
Nice.
Rook takes e6 is an actual mistake here, which you absolutely should not be committing. You have to credit Jan with ambition and an attempt to make this into a very double-edged game. But now it feels like has to be a bit careful.
Right.
And presumably, if the rook goes to d4, the knight goes to f7.
Yeah.
Yes.
The knight. Yeah. This is still okay, but it's probably time to pull the plug and get one pair of rooks off the board. And without the pair of rooks, the knight is still very, very beautiful on e5, but we're probably not going to lose this.
Yeah. Right.
Because the pawns without the rook will not be running quickly enough.
So
knight d6 not played yet, though. Anish is still thinking, has 26 minutes, has plenty of time to decide what he
we
wants.
have to go back to our game of the round as Fabi playing for clear first, knight e4, and the players are down to 15 minutes and 14 minutes. They played it so slowly, Jovi, 21 moves. And, well, this is where nerves and
absolutely
form come into play. Richie's been in bad form. Let's just put it like that.
But he has nothing to lose. When you have nothing to lose, there is a freedom. There's no tension there. You don't care.
Do you have that expression, when you have nothing to lose, you lose it?
No.
You don't.
I mean,
Okay.
Someone with nothing to lose is unpredictable. Because
is a dangerous person. That's what it is.
and talking about nothing to lose,
okay.
We've just been given some really interesting final round statistics.
Do it.
And did you know, you probably knew this, Yasser,
I probably
there has
didn't.
not been a decisive game in the final round of the Sinquefield Cup since 2019.
But I know MVL defeated Nepo in the last round of a Sinquefield Cup.
And
here we go.
here you can see it. Giri beat Nepo in round 11, and Magnus Carlsen beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also in the final round. And the most decisive final round was in 2018, with 3 out of 5 decisive games. And fun fact, that round featured a checkmate. You remember that, Yasser?
No, I don't. Only 5
Richard.
checkmates in the history of the Sinquefield Cup. Wow, the people are fast to resign. They don't let those checkmates occur on the board. Sorry, we've got to drill down more on this Fabi versus Richie game, because this is, it's entering that territory, Peter, where I feel like each move becomes that much more significant.
Absolutely, yeah. And also the clock is very much ticking down. Richard has now overtaken Fabi, or the other way around, I don't know, whichever way you want to look at it. He is down to less than 14 minutes against Fabi's 14, and is still choosing a move. And yeah, this is becoming surprisingly tricky to such a degree that I would maybe be looking for a way to bail.
Right.
I am in all of these positions, I am incredibly attracted to the idea of pushing c6, c5, but here the engine suggests, actually this is what I thought was kind of okay, but the engine suggests that this rook on the open b file is actually very, very strong, and you probably shouldn't do that, even though you might actually be making a draw with this very precise move, knight g4, f6, with the intention of meeting knight d6, and here instead of resigning, we have a counter fork with knight c3, and this somehow survives. But I think on 13 minutes, actually choosing c5, because you have to consider dc5, you have to consider knight takes c5, which is also very, very critical, and apparently the solution is now to go knight e3,
Wow.
which I didn't even see. I hate having this backward pawn, and I like giving it up for activity, in particular for the activity of the g7 bishop. It's once again the Grunfeld player in me kind of spreading his wings.
Yeah, I love the move c6, c5, but not for anything that you've said. If you're going to play rook a c8, and knight d6 is going to force you to go back to a8, you better play c5 and justify putting the rook on c8.
Yeah, that
Peter.
is. But here, when it basically is connected with a pawn sacrifice either way, you have to be very, very certain. And yeah, seeing knight e3 is not that
trivial.
obvious. Although once you realize this exists, I think it's pretty clear that you will be able to collect a lot of material in response. You will take on d1. You will then probably be able to launch some kind of a strike against this kind of a shaky center.
Right.
Bishop takes d4 coming in.
Right.
But yeah, I think it's very difficult to make this move on short time. If you had like 40 minutes here and you could, spend 20 of them working out every detail, maybe then. Although, if anyone is capable of doing it as a kind of a semi-bluff, without really calculating everything through, I think Ricci in particular, in a kind of a mediocre tournament where he is upset about things and wants to play a beautiful game.
Right.
I think he is one of those people.
He might be inspired.
How pragmatic is it to burn time on the clock in
At
this
this
particular
moment?
position?
Completely wrong, I would say.
Yeah, right. I mean, you have to
and
play.
by the way,
Whoa.
c6, c5.
C6,
Very happy
C5
about
on
that.
the board.
But I mean, because without the move rook c8, you would be looking at knight f6. You would be looking
Absolutely,
at knight h6.
yeah.
But with the move rook c8 and knight d6 is such a well, I'm going to say primeval threat, simply a terrible threat, knight d6. You have to justify the previous move, c5. The move that really got my attention right here was when Peter was saying, well, here, you don't have to resign after,
Bishop takes b2, rook b1. You start by knight gf6, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks just awful, until you see the move knight f6, and you go, oh my gosh, that's a really, really nice move. Any trade of the knights is fantastic for me as
Then
black.
it actually is a Grunfeld.
Yes,
There's
and then
definitely-
you're very happy. But then you go, oh no, it's terrible. I'm lost after the move knight d6 because I'm losing the bishop, I'm losing the rook. And then you see the move knight c3, and it's just
and Fabio
incredible.
very practically just takes d takes c5. I wonder if he had seen
Wow.
knight e3 and realized how playable it was. Wouldn't put it past him. Fabio is playing very, very clean chess in this tournament.
He's calculating extremely well. And d4 takes c5 was played.
And I think it's just also a practical decision because I think these endgames.
And here we go.
You
Queen
know
takes
you're
b2.
You're not going to be worse.
They're entering this incredibly sharp tactical sequence, but both players are very good, Jovi, at calculating these lengthy variations, even when little time. Takes, bishop b2. And this is it. This is the key moment. You must, in this moment, play knight f6. I think any retreats are just
And the reason
not
for that
good.
is if you play something like bishop g7, after rook dc1, your pieces are just, once again, this is, there's a number of variations in the Grunfeld where you allow white to have this passer on c5. If it's blockaded nicely, in particular by a knight on c6, it often doesn't go any further and you're not even worried.
Right.
But black knights are not really well positioned to block it.
Right.
And after rook dc1, it often actually reaches c6 and c7, because if you play rook c6 here after h3, let's say knight gf6, knight e5, your pieces start getting pushed back.
Right.
And you probably will not be able to establish this blockade.
Right.
So black survival here, really, talking about survival by this point, I think very much hinges on him finding knight gf6 and not stopping after knight d6. You need to tell yourself, I have to continue calculating, this is not the end of the game. Knight c3, knight c8, and we're not taking on d1 either.
No.
We're taking on c8.
Oh, yes.
Rook b2, knight takes d1.
Yes.
And once again, this position as well, like if you imagine white somehow landing bishop b5 in, it's going to be very, very bad.
Scary.
Here you think it's quite scary, right? Because
It is.
rook d2
or I was thinking rook
rook
b8,
d2,
actually.
but then you can go knight c3.
But then they start jumping,
Exactly. I just wanted to point out after bishop e5, the knight will come to e4.
That's nice.
And the other one probably drops back to
And it's all
d5. You start
beautiful.
pushing it away with f7, f6.
Yeah.
So if you actually get here in your calculations, I think it's possible to convince yourself this is fine. Probably the critical try here is rook
That's the
d8.
one that I would find the most scary. Is the trade
with the
rook.
ideas of just pushing this forward.
And wait 1 second. I just want to. That looks very scary. But also, what about rook c2?
Rook c2, I think knight d4 is the intention with the idea of following it upward.
Yeah.
c6,
You
I
get
think.
out of it.
c6, interestingly, the engine suggests we even have time to play f7, f6 for now. Taking away the e5 square, preparing to play e6, e5, and eventually this knight will come to c3.
Yeah.
I don't think if this is very easy to find, but luckily for us with black, we can also start by going knight dc3.
Much more practical. I would
And
think.
then perhaps after, let's say, knight d4, we can go like knight g3, hg, play knight d5. And yes, it's on c6 and not on c5, but with the bishop gone, you feel a lot safer. You feel like very often you will be able to bring the king over and you shouldn't be losing this.
But
Sometimes.
it's so many things to see.
Mhm.
I mean, first of all, you have to, like the one that you're assessing with the bishop and knight versus the two knights, and just a free route for the pass pawn. And then you
Yes.
also have the possibility of getting the knight trapped,
Yes.
and you have to rescue that. That's an awful lot of things to see.
And
In
Peter
just
is
a few
sorry,
minutes.
Peter. Richard is calculating those variations because this is the key moment. Retreating the bishop, we think, is going to get him in a really bad jam, whereas knight f6, thank you, Anish, knight f6 solves so many problems.
It does,
brilliantly.
yeah. And we will switch back to that, but I will just show the position, the current position in the Anish game. After knight d6, f5, knight d6, Jan played rook g1, which is one of the good moves in the position, using the fact that the pawn on g4 is currently difficult to
And the players
attack.
are currently repeating.
Yeah, and
Peter.
Anish correctly gets knight to a good square, but now rook d7 is a threat, rook h4, rook d8 is a threat. So it feels like they will probably give a perpetual here.
It feels like a draw is about to be claimed with a three-move repetition.
Yes, but what a fighting game of chess that one turned out to be.
Well,
Lots
we
of
gotta give
imbalances and sacrifices. But yeah, I agree with you, Yasser. We got to get to the action.
Yeah,
because
well, Nepo is going to get all the credit here for really making a very interesting game.
And we're just waiting for the handshake. Anish is calling over the arbiter.
Yeah, I think Jan really pushed the boat out in this one, trying to play an exciting game. Actually took a lot of risks. Strictly speaking, was, I think, in a lot of danger at a certain point in this game, but it will now be drawn. Yeah, the arbiters will not go into.
And there we have the
will not
handshake.
be.
And we see the
remaining-
players discussing. There's only one remaining game. So there we see Nepomniachtchi finish on 50% in the end.
Another 6 has not been played.
Not
I
yet.
was thinking
Bishop
it was too
G7.
complex.
Bishop
It looked
G7.
like it was a very, very difficult move to play in practice. And now rook dc1, specifically rook dc1. Other moves are also decent, but this is by far the strongest because you do need to start sidestepping those forks. You need to be able to play knight d6 next move without having to calculate knight c3. So I think it's a very natural move to make as well. I think Fabi will probably make it. And yeah, it looks very, very dangerous for black now. I wouldn't call it insurmountable, but in particular on low time, with 9 minutes for the rest of the game, for the rest of the first time control, 15 moves to make for Richard. After rook dc1, I think he will struggle to hold things together.
Yeah, for me, practically speaking, this is a terrible position. I mean, terrible. If it was my turn, you make a passing move like h6, we can just see how incredibly strong this passed pawn is. You don't have time to make a blockade, whether it be on the c6 square or even now with the bishop on the board on the c7 square. So we were looking, I think, at knight f or knight h6. What
Yeah,
were we
currently the best move by far is bishop f8, which basically allows the pawn to get to c7.
Wow. By far, bishop f8. This
Yeah,
is a
bishop
terrible
f8,
position.
h3.
Not even...
h3 first, I think, is preferred. You have to go to f6. And white just takes it and goes c6, and you cannot stop c7. But you can establish some kind of a blockade on the c8 square, and those positions are not always completely lost. You play knight d5, c7, rook e8, and you hope that eventually you will be able to play f6 and d5.
But
that's the hope. The hope that white doesn't actually get there before you play f6 and e5 and disconnect the bishop on g3 from the pawn on c7.
b7, as Yasser's highlighting, also
I'm about
unblocking
to say,
a4.
Lots of luck with that. I mean, it just feels like it's all play on one go.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. You're absolutely right.
It's possible to go f6 and e5 and block out the bishop.
Well, that's what Peter is suggesting, is that after
perhaps you can include a7, a6 to make you take it on the different square so that your rook is not protecting c7. If I'm very lucky, if I don't immediately lose to rook b1, rook b8 here, for instance. And now I want to play f6, let's say rook takes a6, e5. And if that happens, maybe we don't always lose with black, right? Maybe there is some chance, because I want to start attacking the c7 pawn with everything I've got. Rook d1 played, by the way.
Rook b1, c1, and yeesh. If bishop f8 is the best move by far in this position, that's...
Well, this is desperate straits for Richard.
I feel bishop g7 was a big blunder.
And
a big mistake, sorry, not a blunder.
It's not possible to go rook c8, sorry, no, rook c6.
You can, but it will get shifted away. After h3, you will have to allow knight e5, and that's a different flavor of horrible.
I was thinking knight h6. I'm desperately trying to stop a knight getting to e5 and d4.
Yeah, well... but now I guess knight e5, bishop b5, bishop b5 is also going to be incredibly painful with the knight misplaced.
The beautiful bishop reigns supreme.
Yeah, this is also not going to...
Doesn't look good, does it?
No, it's grim, actually. It's simply grim. Bishop f8, I would be resistant to that move. I mean, f7, f6, maybe I would...
But I think the thing about playing f6 is, right this moment, white hasn't committed to c5, c6, c7 yet.
Right.
So what might happen if we just switch for this for a second, you want f6, f5, but with the pawn still on c5, white could switch to doing things like this.
Stop it.
And just like entering with everything.
Yeah.
That's horrifying.
Yeah, it's just not great.
Yeah, no, that's horrifying. And again, I mean, Fabiano, a completely stellar year, wins Bucharest, we've talked about. I mean, this could be the double exclamation mark on one of the greatest Grand Chess Tour victories. I don't think anybody scored as highly. And
actually, I think we had this conversation yesterday during the dinner, and I think Fabi said that there was a year where Magnus won, 2019, I think. The suggestion was that Magnus, if Fabi wins this, he ends on 46 Grand Chess Tour points.
Brilliant.
Which is an unbelievable amount, considering that there's only 4 events you can play, and the maximum score is 52.
Right.
So he's got 46 out of 52, which frankly feels a bit superhuman.
Right.
But apparently in 2019, the year Magnus hasn't actually won the tour because he lost the final knockout tie breaks to Ding Liren.
Right.
The system, the scoring system was slightly different, and Fabi at least I think claimed yesterday that Magnus finished at above 60. Which honestly simply means that they were giving more points for a win. Because you can't get to 65. It's just physically impossible to get to 65 with this system of scoring. So the question I already asked on air once is going to be difficult to answer. What is the record in terms of GCT points over a season? Because the scoring system has not stayed exactly the same year after year. Okay. But with the current system of 13 for a clear win, I'm pretty sure 46 is a record which will be
there must have been more
not
Grand
broken
Chess Tour.
for many years.
There must have been more Grand Chess Tour events that particular
Or possibly
year.
the knockout at the end gave you more points. Because 65 is just not humanly possible.
Exactly, and just a
you mentioned it,
review.
yes. Let's remind ourselves of the year of Fabi. Well, it started in Bucharest with first place, and then Croatia 4th place, and World Cup. He secured his place at the 2024 Candidates Tournament, US champion, and just now became St. Louis Rapid and Blitz champion. And now 2023 Grand Chess Tour champion, winning that one with 2 rounds to spare. Total winnings 380,000, and remember, first prize for this event is $100,000.
Yeah, can he add that to his collection? The trophy room is going to be packed after this Rook D1 C1 move, and it took Fabi a few minutes to play it. I'm sure he felt that he had other choices. But after the move Rook D1 C1, Richard
there's a pause.
Really
there's a pause, and it's a very understandable pause.
Exactly.
Because I think Richard is only now realizing that he's just not going to be on time to establish any kind of a blockade or get rid of the e4 knight. He's gone bishop h6, which is, I guess, understandable, trying to put the c1 rook on a poor square. But c4 is just not a poor square.
Not at all.
No.
That's the kind of move that you come to when you're desperately searching for something that, you know, feels like everything else, the conventional moves all brought you nothing. Bishop h6 is a
Bishop
move.
h6, I kind of like it because, okay, yes, the rook goes to c4, but on the other hand, maybe there's some back rank issues if white is not careful.
Well, wait a minute, just a second. You've provoked, pardon me, not you, Richard has provoked a move that I really like. Now I'm threatening knight e4 to d6, which is a tempo against the rook. Thank you for shifting. You like my British? Shifting me to a better square, the rook c4 square. And knight b6, frankly, okay, you're welcome to play a move like knight b6. I'll shift backwards to c2 in this case. What is your rook knight doing there? What is your bishop doing there?
Not very much.
Not very much.
After rook c4, you're still supposed to play bishop f8, but the position actually deteriorated, and I was trying to understand why. I think it's mainly to do with the fact that if we continue the same line as we were looking at before, here I'm not obliged to play c7 immediately. I probably wasn't obliged even there. But here in particular, let's say knight b6, we now have an additional option of attacking the f7 square, pawn because the rook has been lifted for us by the move bishop h6. And if a6 now, once again, maybe the difference actually is, let me consult my magic screen. Why wasn't this as strong here? I have a feeling that actually having bishop h6 in reserve may have been very useful. Because if we go rook b7 here, it plays f6. It plays f6 and it says this is semi-playable. And why doesn't it do it here? With the rook on c4,
you've given me rook
f6. F6 now loses completely to knight d4, and then that, it's just better positioned on c4 for some reason than it is on c1. Even having looked at this for a bit, I still don't quite understand why the difference is so dramatic. But I can believe that the rook on a more active square is better positioned than on the starting square.
Well, I mean, even in that position where you had after f6, you had ideas of rook a4 as well as even rook h4, like with the rook on c4.
Hang on a second. I think we're getting there. So c7, rook d7, rook b8, knight. I think I finally am getting there. So this is the position with the rook on c1. After f6, c7 here, it very much insists you absolutely have to play rook d7, and it's sort of surviving there. With the rook on c4, in the same position, if you play rook d7 here, after rook b8 and knight e7, white has the move rook d4, which you've given them for no reason whatsoever. And black is not in time to play e6, e5. You have to take, and the knight slides by, lands on either b5 or c6 or e6 even, and white wins quite comfortably. So there is a very, very specific reason why this is actually useful for white. It's not a neutral move. It turns out to be an actually very, very useful thing that white achieves.
Yeah, no, I really felt bishop h6 was just wrong. I thought bishop g7 was wrong, and these two bad moves is going to give Fabi the championship.
It's looking that way, but I don't want to be too critical about Richard's moves because, you know, I think it was very illogical to allow the white pawn all the way to c7 and to bank on surviving that one.
No, he was playing it beautifully up to bishop
b2.
f8. Knight f6 was the move. He had to, when his bishop was on b2, Jovi played knight f6.
Okay, but here Peter was showing us h3 being played.
Yeah, you start by playing
with
h3.
it. So what happens if knight to d6?
Here,
which was an idea that was shown to us by Yasser.
No, but in this particular case, you do have rook takes d6.
Yes.
That's the big diff, right?
And
Bishop takes, rook takes d6.
You don't have to take here, no. Rook will lose because d7 is a queen. But you,
okay, good.
You don't have to react. You can go like knight h6 here and say that this is an improvement because I will actually get some time to get my pieces on decent squares.
Is it? Whoa. I mean, okay, I've got a back rank mate problem because I was about to play rook a4 and
knight f5.
Yeah, and go to the seventh, rook a7, rook b7, and go to the seventh. But okay, but I liked the bishop f8 h3 variation.
h3 is good. Even the immediate c6 is fine. h3 is just stronger, but c6 is also very, very strong right this moment.
Right.
Nothing particularly wrong with it whatsoever.
8 minutes for Fabi.
8 minutes for Fabi.
350.
Move 27.
Yes, there moved 27, but
a lot of moves to be had, and I remember it was a Shaq Memi Darov here, the Sinquefield Cup, where Richie made a nervy move with like a second on his clock, and you can see Richard is feeling the pressure here as he knows h3 or c6 puts immediate pressure on him. I don't like his position at all.
Yeah,
I think
Fabi perhaps has to fight the temptation not to play, or to play knight to d6. Which,
yes,
as we saw,
that's a big temptation.
It's a huge temptation because, especially as we saw Peter indicate, that Black's tactical trick doesn't actually work.
Exactly. Quick question for you. I have this. What if I played rook c5? I was just being rook c4 to a4. I was just being cheeky. I want you to take my pawn.
Knight f6, probably.
Which knight?
G, I think.
G.
Yeah.
Knight G to f6.
Things need to come home. Yeah, we can't really be.
Knight takes f6. Do I want to include bishop h4?
You probably do, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me include bishop h4.
Which I missed, if I'm entirely honest.
Well, you still have king.
Yeah, let's go king g7. Maybe I'm.
Yeah, it's not. I mean,
shockingly not.
Rook f4 doesn't force you to resign.
No, knight d5 even exists.
Knight d5 also. Yeah, sorry. No, I was thinking that you couldn't take on c5 because g4 was hanging. But knight f6 is a good move. Knight f6 holds it all together. Okay, what else could Fabi be thinking about? How about bishop h4? Questioning you. What are you going to do about your rook on d8? Bishop
the
h4.
Question.
The idea is if I can get you to put rook to d7, now I've taken away your f6
rook
square.
b8 exists. I think the argument against bishop h4 is very specifically rook b8, in human terms at least.
He has played
c6, yeah. And okay, this gives us something new to discuss at least, because we've established h3 is very strong. But we have not looked at c6 in any kind of great detail.
I thought this was very strong too.
It is, yeah.
We did, no? I mean,
no, we know it's strong, but we haven't really put it on the board.
How strong is it, Peter?
Well,
in terms of engine evaluation,
it's slightly weaker than h3, but it's still very, very strong. And in order to create a mess, I think you always start with f5 here for black, because this knight needs to be pushed away from d6 square in particular. Knight eg5 is a very obvious response. Then we stop this rook from coming to b7. This one drops all the way back, probably. And here you can maybe hope to introduce some degree of mayhem, like you play rook e8, you are now threatening to play h7, h6, hint at the knight on g5 being misplayed, you have to play knight d4. e5, knight b5 is very, very bad, because things are starting to collapse. Right. You can include f5, f4, though, trying to get white to allow this fork. And this forces this bishop to an h4 square, which looks extremely awkward because like h6, g5 ideas are now introduced into the game. This all works out tactically, but this is a lot messier, I think, compared to what we were having on our screens previously.
F5?
Trying to cause some chaos. Knight e4, g5 as you've prescribed.
Following the main line so far, knight e g5. Right. Knight b6, I think, probably an important move here. You can play rook e8, but allowing rook b7 doesn't look like it's a recipe for success.
Knight e6.
And
this feels like a disaster, but I mean, keeping your nerves when you've got just 3 minutes on your clock, $100,000 first prize. You don't want to spoil it either. Knight e4. No other move but knight b6. Yeah.
Yep.
That just looks like it's box.
It does. Knight b6 attacking the rook.
And the clocks are
move for Richard to survive. Well, Richard now ticking to under 3 minutes, and they're only on move 28. Yeah.
What was your worst time trouble period? You had a situation where you had to make 10 moves, 20 moves in 2 minutes, or one of those horrible things. You lose even track of the clock. You're just banging pieces.
I've entered into a period I call the rust period.
The rust.
The rust, where, this is actually one of the problems with not playing so much over the board chess. It's just you get rusty and decisions take you longer, and you lose confidence in certain things, and so you often end up finding yourself in these kind of situations. And now Richard is 2 minutes for 12 moves, and he has to find the counter-attacking knight b6. He plays rook e8.
Rook e8 is not a bad move. It's one of the 2 moves which were still playable.
Plausible. It does invite rook b7. The reason I thought knight b6 was advised was to prevent the rook from entering.
I think that was a solid reason, and I would have preferred it, but this is still somewhat playable. Although it feels like in many variations that the computer suggests here as best play for black, you just have to abandon the pawn on e6 in order to get some trades.
On e6?
e6?
Yeah, e6, yeah. Like, for instance, one of the things that the engine suggests is to play rook e7, just allowing rook takes e7 and knight takes e6. Just to get some pieces off the board.
That's
yuck is a very appropriate reaction there, I think. Entirely appropriate.
That's not the best tasting ice cream I ever had.
No, but isn't it more natural right after rook b7 to kind of go h6, attack the knight?
Okay.
h6 knight f7 is its own set of problems. Because
I wanted to see how bad it was, though.
Here I pause, just because
I think he probably goes for this though, because it's
knight f7?
let's show this on Yasser's board. Knight f7, and you have the option of playing f4 here. And
f4.
We take once with the bishop.
Okay.
And then after knight takes f4, White needs to realize that the setup is sturdy enough to allow us to actually spend the tempo on h3.
Right.
Because rook f4, rook c6, I think, might become difficult to convert, because back rank issues give black some hope at least.
But h2, h3...
But h3 is very, very strong there, and white is in a very dominant position. Rook b7 played.
I'm just going to refresh my board, but it was rook b7, by the way, on the board by Fabi. And again, we're looking at h6, knight f7, f4. Oof.
But the engine is telling us that the best defense is rook e7.
The best
sacrificing, also giving up the e6 pawn.
Yes, just giving up this pawn on e7. And by the way, do I need to be so compliant? I mean, I love grabbing pawns, don't get me wrong.
Rook e7 creates the idea of rook takes c6. The reason you maybe need to cash in.
Thank you. That clears some cobwebs, yes. Okay, rook takes c6 is not, because I was thinking, do I have time to play h3, for example? One of those.
You're still better after h3, but it becomes a bit more manageable for black. I think rook e7 is the harshest,
Rook takes e7, bishop takes e7, knight takes e6. I fall for your nefarious plan of getting me a pawn ahead.
Yeah.
And 1 minute.
It's just bad, obviously. The pawn on 6 cannot really be attacked. We can safely assume white keeps it. These types of endgames are bad. It's just a very clear indication of how dire the situation has become for Richard, that this is the prescribed course of action. Instead of rook e7, you can go knight gf6. But then after bishop e5, very often the knight on g5 just goes to f7 when it's chased. And on f7, it's very difficult to challenge because you
It's
have
there.
Yeah, it's just there. And yeah, this is pretty bad.
This feels like
This feels
Mudville.
it's gonna
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
And that's a big indication that nothing has gone well for Richard.
And they're
this
still
event.
only on move 29, and now it's ticking down to
20.
20 seconds. Bear in mind that Richard does get an additional 30 second per move.
This is the current situation after Rook B7.
10.
Rook E7?
7.
No.
Knight E7.
Knight
E7
E7 doesn't look good. Yeah.
Knight E7. That no. With the
Yeah.
pawn getting to C7.
Now we include H3, and then after H3, Knight F6, we have an absolute free reign to do pretty much whatever we please. Knight D4, for instance, is very strong. Bishop B5 is very strong. This will collapse now.
Yeah, Knight E7, and we are seeing Fabi crowning himself. I mean, this is just all play on one goal now, as he has an overwhelming position with his pass pawn on the C file, his superior pieces. Just look at, just compare the pieces. Everything that Black has. Black
Looks like
has one
every
piece on
single
knight
white
G4.
piece, every single
Is
white piece
superior.
is better than its black counterpart. Yeah.
Exactly, exactly. So it's just, it's overwhelming, and then add in the clock times,
including the king safety and yeah.
But okay, talking about the clock times,
Yes.
Fabiano doesn't have that much time either. I know his position is overwhelming. It should be
Yes.
relatively easy to play,
convert. Yes,
but
you're right. I mean, it's always that but. You've got 3 minutes. You start to see a ghost or two here or there. You get a little nervous. Should I be playing C7? Knight takes E6 or not?
C7 also completely winning, but I think including H3, Knight F6 makes a decent
The
amount
most
of
sense.
sense. Yeah, just to make sure we have access to the E5 square as well.
yeah,
And-
I like H3 because it takes care of the king as well.
Bingo! That's what I was waiting for. King safety, no more back rank mates. You take over the E5
Really, I think
square.
the only issue for Fabi here is just the width of choice, the wealth of choice has on every move, and
Exactly.
everything looks winning.
It does.
So you might just struggle to pick, but apart from that, I think it's just.
Here I have the choice of Knight D4 as well as C7.
Completely.
Peter, if you're going to choose between
I don't
them?
think I'm playing C7 at all. I think I'm keeping it on C6.
I like that on C6.
Yeah.
The reason I like it on C6, funnily enough, is I do like this rook on the 7th rank.
Absolutely.
And Knight D4.
We could
tickling
also
the
find
pawn.
ourselves having a mating attack at some point.
Exactly.
Just randomly having a mating attack
We
to go
don't-
with everything else. Yeah.
We don't have to promote our pawn to a queen. We can checkmate and set.
It really reminds me of that phrase, that white is a pawn up and has the compensation.
And has the compensation.
Yeah, I mean, this position is just overwhelming.
Truly.
For white. Knight D4 played.
Wow.
And 20 seconds there for Richard Rapport.
Yeah, this just looks bad. So let's just watch Richard try to find moves on 10 seconds.
10
It's
seconds.
not really going to be very pleasant for him. I assume something goes to D5, or
H6?
you can H6 Knight G6. Can you? Yeah, I think we can take on E6 because Knight takes E6 doesn't work. Maybe he thinks Knight takes C6 will work in response, but his position just collapses. He doesn't lose a full piece, but the position collapses after Knight F8, and then we take on G6, and we just cash in the other direction. Knight takes E6, we go Knight F8, Knight D4, we take on C8, we take on G6. We are currently one pawn up, but we also actually have that mating attack that we were describing, with the bishop coming to E5, with Knight E7 being a threat, with Rook takes A7 being a threat.
Oh dear.
This is just
Okay.
very, very bad for Black.
That looks absolutely dire for Black, but it does involve this switching of plans. You know,
Yeah.
White's idea here is to obviously preserve and maintain that pawn on C6. How findable is it just to capture a pawn?
Unfortunately for Richard, if you just go Knight Gf3, you're also completely winning. So Fabi can decline to calculate and say, my position is overwhelming, I don't need to involve myself with any of those
I don't
concrete
think it's that
variations.
hard, though. I'm playing knight takes e6 with glee, just because, again, I'm taking the g6 pawn, which just absolutely destroys the structure on the king side.
It looks winning,
And he goes for it.
And he goes for it.
Of course. You always look at checks and captures and threatening moves first, and this move, knight takes e6,
Knight takes e6.
very easy to calculate.
Yeah,
Knight
and
takes e6.
He actually finds himself in a situation where only one move wins, but it's the move he most likely will play because nothing else really makes much sense. But yeah, nothing else really does the job at
As
all,
well.
apart from knight. No, not as well at
Just
all.
at all.
You throw it away if you don't take on the fate.
Okay, and you have to take on d4. I take on c8, and this is where I was saying that by capturing the pawn on g6, I've absolutely destroyed, wrecked Black's pawn, kingside structure, knight e7 check, as mentioned, big threat of a fork, and most saliently, bishop e5. Ouch.
Knight takes
there we
bishop,
have it.
of course.
Knight
Played.
d4 needs to be played. No choice once again for Richard. At least he will gain some time on the clock as some measure of mercy. And this is, look how useful h3 is turning out to be. We no longer need to worry about our king's safety.
Yeah, and again, I could take on d4, but allowing you to take, and I'm a pawn up.
Yeah.
But no, I really want to wreck the kingside pawns and capture the pawn on g6. So we do expect knight takes d4.
Yeah, this will happen.
Rook takes c8, and knight takes g6.
Yeah.
And
Fabi's
Fabi.
putting the finishing touches
Absolutely.
on a
He's in
fabulous
his element
tournament.
here. This
Yeah,
is
definitely. This
his
is
kind of position. Anyone's kind of position, to be honest.
absolutely, and he will play this. So he plays these technical positions so very well.
Rook takes rook.
Rook takes c8. Yeah.
Once again, no choice for Richard. You have to take on c8, knight g6, and you desperately want to be able to generate some activity on the other side.
Knight e2.
Yeah, but the king on h2 is very, very safe. I don't think I need to worry about f5, f4 at any point.
Nope.
And you can't even, you don't have enough time to pick up the bishop because of the fork on e7 constantly being threatened, annoyingly for black.
Exactly. Knight e7 check, f5 pawn. Seconds. But it's no longer about the clock. It's definitely about the position. We saw Richie having to resign. Was it against
Leinier-Dominguez?
Leinier in that Caro-Kann turn French.
That's what he's thinking about, right?
5 seconds. He knows.
Okay, he
There
grabs
goes
the
rook
rook.
c8. Knight takes g6.
Yeah.
Nothing to discuss.
Yeah, I guess if you want to continue, you play something like knight c6, but then pretty much anything wins. Bishop e5 wins, knight h4 wins. You have a choice of very, very pleasant options here. White is up a pawn, completely dominant, every single light minor piece better than its counterpart.
The good news is knight c6 does stop knight e7, losing the rook. The bad news is it doesn't prevent knight h4 and rook c1 check. It's good for 30 seconds.
It's good for 30 seconds, but I think it simplifies the conversion now, because now knight c6, I think, loses a piece to rook c7, and there's no defense against rook takes c6 and the fork on... Oh no, there's knight d5. There is a defense. But I have bishop f4 takes h6, which will decide the game.
Exactly.
And then the black king on g8 completely boxed in.
Truly.
12.
Bishop e5
down.
is desperado time. 4 seconds? 3 seconds?
Oh.
Knight c6.
With 1 second left, he does go. He does go knight c6.
1 second. There's the infamous 31 seconds, Jovi, on the clock. We've seen that more often than we'd expect to. You were mentioning rook c7. I'm thinking knight h4.
Knight h4 is good. Bishop f4 is good.
Bishop f4 is nice as well.
Bishop f4 is pretty good.
Bishop takes,
Oh,
with the idea
excuse
bishop
me.
takes h6 and rook g7.
I've got a rook g7
Checkmate.
checkmate sighting. You're right. Bishop f4. Apologies. That is not only grabbing a pawn.
It's actually
but-
attacking the rook as well.
Yeah, and it's a mate threat too, with bishop takes h6 behind it.
I think all of the moves we've named so far are completely winning, so it's just a matter of taste, what
Right.
Fabi prefers here.
What's your guess, Jovi?
Bishop f4.
Bishop f4.
I think so as well, yeah. I think it's the
so
cleanest,
as
yeah.
well.
Fabi.
I'll go with
is
knight
too good.
h4 just to be on the other side of the table here. Knight h4. You know, there's something special about those f5 and f6 squares. You know.
Yeah, and there we see Fabi tick down to under 2 minutes. But
Who
his
did we see
position is
recently had a
just
nearly winning
overwhelming.
position? Didn't Leinier?
Yes.
Yeah,
so
Leinier
very
eventually made a move in 1 second against Anish in that game that he won, yeah.
He himself said he was completely shocked by the fact that he thought he had a lot of time and then he didn't.
Yeah, he just made a move and then looked at his clock and then realized,
Right.
oh my goodness,
And
I
here-
made that move with 1 second.
Here's Fabi ready to pick up a $100,000 prize. First prize, could he forget his clock?
No.
No.
No. No.
The answer is no.
No. Minute 9. He's using every part of that 30-second bonus, by
Well,
the
I
way.
guess now is the
Jovi.
moment when you realize that victory is there at your fingertips, and it's the
Right.
moment where you potentially get overexcited and can ruin things. So a good idea just to
Take a
deep
second breath.
and have a look around.
Which move number is this, by the way?
They are on move 36, so
this is
Fabi's
40
gonna play his
seconds.
37.
40 seconds. Okay, knight h4 is bishop f4. You two
clinical
were right.
till the end.
Very, very well spotted to you both. And it did gain Fabi the 30 seconds, and bishop takes h6, mate in 1. You can't argue it with them apples.
No, you
98.
can't. 98 forced.
Defending g7.
Yeah, and now you can even go 97 check, frankly. I think maybe the cleanest is just to go 97 check and go after
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
a7 pawn as well.
Yeah,
Just collect absolutely everything.
I love that move because that you get in the Fischer ending of rook and bishop to begin with, but you're 2 pawns up. I mean, there's no ending. It's just knight e7. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think this reaches move 40 and then Richard takes stock of
The disaster.
The ruins of his position, and the
Yeah.
game probably ends.
And now Fabi
Yeah.
is under the minute.
There we go.
Yeah, but of course knight e7, an easy find for Fabiano.
You have to take, there's really no
choice.
No choice. You probably go knight d6 here, and the cleanest way, I think, is you include rook g7 check to put the king on a dark square.
h8 is
You might even
obliged.
include rook d7 here because you want
Just
to
to
restrict
tickle
the
the
knight
knight.
as much as possible.
Right.
And it really runs out of squares, actually. You can actually not avoid putting it on the c file because after knight e4, f3, you really struggle to find a square you will like.
Including always that
Yeah,
a7
and
is
then
our-
having cleaned up everything, having protected f2 with tempo, I will eventually pick up on a7 and
That's-
continue. And knight c4, I think we go rook
Rook
c7.
c7.
I think we go rook c7
You're
here.
in an
and
eternal pin.
and we look at our opponent quizzically.
Why are you still playing off?
Exactly. Yeah. My absolutely all-time favorite anecdote about Viktor Korchnoi comes to mind. Yeah.
Do you speak English?
Yes. Jovanka looks like she may not have heard this one before. So
You do know the...
you know the one we're referring to.
Mordecai?
You know the one.
I've heard many stories about him, but Richard now.
Oh, he's playing
3 seconds.
King h7, yeah.
He's giving us something to...
Yeah, and now after something like bishop
Digress.
e3, you might not even get the position we were discussing. You might be in more trouble than you were previously. I think bishop e3 might win a piece. Yeah.
Bishop e3, just
there's knight d6.
chill.
So maybe bishop f4 maybe to stop knight d6 from happening, and then black's position completely collapses, it feels like.
Knight takes f5, check.
And he's reaching
anybody?
for the bishop. Bishop e3.
Oh, he's allowed
play.
knight d6, which is... he has rook c7 there, it doesn't matter. He has rook c7.
Yeah.
Knight
Nothing
e6.
really matters here.
Rook c7.
I thought bishop f4 was a bit cleaner because we don't want to be allowing knight d6 at all, but it shouldn't and it won't matter.
Exactly.
Yeah, and as you know, And there we have it.
Have it.
Wow.
Fabiano Caruana
Congratulations,
wins and
Fabi.
is the Sinquefield Cup winner. What a
Wow.
performance. What a game. He actually broke a small little record. There has not been a decisive game in the final round of the Sinquefield since 2019. Well,
Since 2023, right?
Now 2023 with Fabiano.
He broke a smile.
And
that
there was
at the very end.
Also, if I have not misheard, there was a very interesting little tidbit in the interview with Gary, which kind of brings me to mind, considering the year that Fabi said. I think Gary said that tournament in Paris 91, where he actually remembered all the last three opponents he had and the colors and everything. I was just standing there thinking, how?
Right. Ivanchuk was leading. I had to play Vichy. I got Lubo and
It's been
Yusupov.
30 years. How do you remember that?
I got Vichy
But
and
then
Yusupov.
at the end, he said, I did not catch up to Ivanchuk. And that was the first tournament I didn't win since 1981 for 10 years. And the kind of a dominant performance Fabi has had this year sort of brings me, reminds me of the best years of Gary.
And
when Gary was winning absolutely everything.
And our congratulations.
Absolutely. He's won it all. And this year he became Sinquefield Cup champion, Grand Chess Tour champion, St. Louis Rapid and Blitz champion. I mean, St. Louis is just his lucky place. What a performance.
As W.C. Fields would say, all things considered, I'd rather be in St. Louis. I mean, and a replay, if you don't mind me saying, of Alireza 1 year ago did exactly the same thing. Alireza came, he saw, he conquered. He won the Rapid and Blitz, he won the Sinquefield Cup, he won the Grand Chess Tour, and in the same style, Fabi did the same thing. We're going to go to Tony Rich at the World Chess Hall of Fame for a trophy award. Over to you, Tony.
Well, it feels like only yesterday we were here with Fabiano handing him another trophy. In fact, it was more like 9 rounds ago where he won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Fabiano, congratulations on winning yet another tournament, Sinquefield Cup. I just have one question because I know they're going to talk to you in studio, and my question is, are you going to leave any trophies for anybody else this year?
Well, I think this year I did an Alireza because it's exactly what he did last year. So I'm very happy. Of course, it's better than I could have dreamed of. It's an amazing result for me.
Well, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Ooh. Oh, that's how it works.
Beautiful cup.
You see, that's the problem when you don't allow the spectators into the playing hall. You don't get this thunderous applause for a job extraordinarily well done. And as we wrap up our broadcast, we're going to get Fabi. So I just want to give a big shout out to the players, first of all. And there we see our Sinquefield Cup champion. But also to thank the people at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center for all of their work and making our job so easy. The World Chess Hall of Fame, where they're hosting.
Absolutely. Silverback and all the production team for being absolutely marvelous. And of course, we cannot forget to thank Rex and Jeannie for all their support of chess.
Final standings,
Let's
Jovi.
check out the final standings, and here it is in all its glory. Fabiano Caruana wins the Sinquefield Cup, takes 13 Grand Chess Tour points and $100,000. In second place, he had the performance of his lifetime. Leinier-Dominguez, undefeated at the Sinquefield Cup. He takes 10 Grand Chess Tour points and $65,000.
Yes, but why couldn't I have tied for first and made a playoff?
Yeah. And in third place, it was Wesley So with 4.5 points out of 8 and $48,000 to the good.
A lot of players, Jan, Levon, MVL, all finished on 50%. Levon did it in a different way. For Jan, I think he will be disappointed for MVL as well. Didn't win any games. And, you know, Peter, You want to win a game.
You absolutely want to win a game. And of the three of our players on 50%, Levon actually won one.
Yep.
But if you compare the tournaments Jan and MVL have played, I think Jan will feel that he came very, very close a number of times, generated chances, generated a lot of ideas, generated excitement, but still 8 draws out of 8. He'll be disappointed with that.
Absolutely.
And
here are some stats.
And there's a mighty impressive stat as well. Well, Fabiano breaking a Grand Chess Tour record, because Fabiano now holds the record for the most points in any Grand Chess Tour with the 4 events. He got 46 points because he won the Sinquefield Cup outright.
And got the bonus
and,
of 1.
We did see that Magnus Carlsen did get 67.5 points in 2019, but then the tour featured 6 events and higher point offerings. So Fabiano, Man of the Year.
Wow.
What can we say about his performance, his play, especially in the second half of the Sinquefield Cup? It just got better and better.
For me, it was extraordinary because the great test that Fabi had with Duda's withdrawal, he got this very, very unfortunate sequence of having 3 consecutive games with the black pieces. And not only did he overcome that
He won
handicap,
one of them.
He won one of them.
He won one of them against yesteryears, not yesterday's. The previous year winner of everything. Yeah, he beat Alireza in that extremely exciting, very, very sharp game that they played a couple of days back. Arguably, maybe the game of the tournament with the amount of swings and turnarounds.
And
there we
I've
can
got to
see
admire Anastasia. You know, hey, I want an interview with our winner.
She's making sure that we get to talk.
I'm going to grab you.
To Fabiano and get him to share with us his thoughts. I mean, I wonder how he must be feeling.
I was very, very, very happy. Officially, the closing ceremony, where is it?
It's there, you can see it, a strategy across the board. It will be held just before the gala at December the 2nd at the Chase Park Plaza, and there will be the special guest Marina Toibina, who of course is using chess as an inspiration for her set and costume design. And we also saw that the Brian Woods and Brian Owens are going to be emceeing that very spectacular event.
Yes, alongside Sharon Carpenter. And of course, all the players will be congregating there for that special closing and the gala. It's a very nice, I want to say, ending of the year where it's a fundraiser. And there's a silent auction, so people can participate in our fundraisers. We have our community outreach programs. If there's anything that you want to support, whether it be the World Chess Hall of Fame, the St. Louis Chess Club, our outreach program, there's tons of ways for you to do it. As Rex Sinquefield would say, no donation is too small or too large. We accept everything.
It's going to be a brilliant night.
It will.
Yeah.
It will be very,
we have
very,
Gary
very
Kasparov
nice.
coming in.
And Gary coming into town too.
Yeah. Exactly, just for the event.
Yeah. As we get ready for Anastasia to sit down with Fabi, what would you like to ask him, Peter?
How do you do it?
How do you do it?
How do you do it? Also that as well, yeah. Perhaps he would like to buy a round or two. We're always open to that idea over here. But yeah, it's just fantastic to watch him in full flight, and it's been a year to remember.
And well, Peter, you can soon ask that question to the man of the moment, because Anastasia is right there with Fabiano Caruana in the studio.
Exactly. We just ran from the club with Fabiano, congratulations. What an impressive victory. And you have immediately the question from Peter Svidler, who just asked, how do you do it? You should explain.
You know, I was so nervous during this game. I can't explain it at some point, because I've played a lot of games against Richard where he outplays me in this sort of style. And also I felt the pressure of the tournament situation. Like, do I play for a win? But I don't want to take huge risks, of course, because the worst thing is to lose and to miss out on everything. But of course, Leinier, maybe, let's say, he gets some winning chances. I also have to watch out for that. So I had a lot of thoughts going through my head. And around this moment, like I started to feel like I've been getting outplayed, and I thought he would just take on c3 or something. And okay, it's probably equal, I mean, in many cases. But then when he allowed this knight e4, suddenly I started to get very optimistic. Because I thought, okay, now knight d6 is an idea. He was hoping for some tactics, but I didn't see exactly how they're working. Okay, I always have to be careful for knight e3. And yeah, then I was thinking, okay, c5 is very sharp, because if knight c5, knight e3, something happens, I don't know what. So
somewhere around this moment, Leinier finished his game, right? So what were your thoughts at this time?
Yeah, no, I was still thinking, okay, let's not go crazy or anything. Of course, the worst is that I lose and miss out also on a playoff or, against Leinier. But already at this moment, I felt like I'm out of risk. I thought this endgame, there's absolutely no risk for White. I mean, like worst case, he equalizes somehow. Best case, he's in serious danger, which is what I felt. Because his knights are very awkward. I always have the option of h3, so if he goes somewhere like bishop to a3, suddenly I have probably h3 at some moment. And also, my first intention was something like h3, knight f6, knight d6, because I thought this tactic, and then I saw that after knight c8, he can take rook c8. This isn't very important. And I didn't feel like I have everything, but then I have anything. So then I saw this rook dc1, and it really attracted me because I'm keeping the option of h6 and knight d6, but also I'm threatening c6, so felt very dangerous here. And then he went for this sequence. I wasn't sure here. There was like very tempting bishop h4 as well, but I couldn't see the way forward here. h3, knight h6, it looks so weird, but and then yeah, it's something collapsed in his time trouble, but it's so difficult to defend this.
Yeah, I mean, especially he had not so much time with his clock at this moment. Yeah, you said that you felt pressure today, and it was a very important game. So finally, you reached your goal. This is the next one, as you told me a few days ago. Now you have to win the tournament. How does it feel? I mean, all this.
Well, I actually remember last year, because last year Alireza came. He won the Rapid and Blitz, and he won the Sinquefield Cup, and he won the Grand Chess Tour. And I remember thinking, this is amazing to, like, I can't ever dream of doing this. And this year, somehow, I managed to do exactly what he did last year.
So he inspired you, in a way?
Well, I can't even say inspired, because I couldn't even expect that I would be able to reach these heights. But yeah, somehow it all worked out perfectly.
Yeah, and you know, this year you were winning so many events, and let's say we were just following it on our screens, all the events, all the prizes you have won. What has changed in your life, let's say, or in your approach to the game that you think helped you to succeed this year?
I can't really say, because at the start of the year I had some rough results, some really rough results, in, for example, Vachier-Lagrave in the American Cup, and I wasn't feeling like I was playing so amazing. But somehow things worked out. I did start to work more than I was, like, let's say, during COVID years. This took a lot of my motivation to work and also to play. And now I feel like I've regained it, so I really enjoy working on chess again, and I enjoy playing, even with the stress, which is, of course, always, there's always a lot of stress, but I still really enjoy playing. And, you know, sometimes it's like this. You have waves of good or bad. At the moment, I'm going through a period of good results, and hopefully it continues.
Yeah. Who was in your team? Who was helping you during these events?
Yeah, so I've been working here with a player who I've worked for already many months, Grigorio Parin. So we work very well together. He was also with me at the World Cup and at the Bucharest Grand Chess Tour event. So we've already worked for several months. I don't think it's a secret that I'm saying this, because we've obviously been seen together. And yeah, he's an excellent chess player, also excellent understanding of the game. So I feel like I've benefited from our work.
Yeah, and now the plans, I have to ask you, before the candidates tournament, what are you going to do? What is the plan? What will be your preparation?
Well, this I can't say fully. First of all, I don't know exactly yet. I have some preliminary plans, but nothing really written in stone. But also, I probably wouldn't want to share all my training plans, let's say. But of course, yeah, there will be plenty of preparation, since everyone's going to be taking it super seriously. It's it's a chance of a lifetime for many players, and you don't really get many opportunities to play, so it's always a privilege to be able to play the candidates.
But you will not play in Wake, so where do you plan to play before the candidates? Any news?
You know, I am playing an event in February, but I don't think I should say because I don't know if it's been officially announced, and I don't know if maybe the organizers want to announce it themselves. So I don't think I should say this, but it will be an interesting, very interesting event in February with many great players, and I'm looking forward to that. And I don't know about the plans for maybe the American Cup next year. I don't know exactly when the dates will be or what the plan is, but also maybe that will be on the cards before the candidates. We'll see. I really don't know. And yeah, I'm not sure. There's coming up very soon an event in Toronto. I'm playing, so like in 1 week. Yeah, that's a big one with Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, Maxime.
Exactly.
Noterbeck, many of the best players in the world.
So my last question, like, how are you going to celebrate? Now I think really it's time to celebrate.
Yeah, I'll probably, I'll probably have a drink tonight.
Good. So all the best for you, Fabi. Thank you so much for all those interviews and for fantastic play in the tournament. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
All the best. And we're going back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasia. And once again, a huge congratulations to Fabiano Caruana, who is the winner of the Sinquefield Cup. And he wins $100,000 as well as taking the Grand Chess Tour points of 13. Aronian-Dominguez, also a wild card in second place with $65,000 to the good. And in third place, it was Wesley So, taking home $48,000. And how does this all translate to the Grand Chess Tour final standings? Well, we knew 2 days ago that Fabiano Caruana was going to be the Grand Chess Tour champion, and he's got the highest ever score of 46 out of 52 points, I think it was. It's something absolutely magnificent. But in second place, it was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who collected 28 Grand Chess Tour points, and in third place, Wesley So.
And these prizes include the bonus money of $100,000 for first in the Grand Chess Tour, $50,000 second, and $25,000 third.
Yes.
And this is our champion.
And this is our champion. Fabiano Caruana, Sinquefield Cup champion, Grand Chess Tour champion, St. Louis Rapid and Blitz winner. What a year that Fabiano has had.
Simply spectacular, simply spectacular.
It's been glorious.
For yourselves, for ourselves, Fabi, Jovi, I'm like, wow, I just, wow. Jovi, it's wonderful calling the action with you and Peter. It's just been, been a lot of fun.
Thank you, guys. But for me, it's been a privilege to be calling all the action alongside you guys, sharing your knowledge and your wit.
Like the bow tie look. I'm telling you, you got to go. You got to brand that.
It's not coming back. I've had some feedback.
Peter, it was marvelous. I like this
powers that be are against it.
Really.
And you must obey by those.
The powers that be shut you down. Final thoughts on these broadcasts and what's.
I've had a fantastic time here covering both the Rapid and Blitz and the Sinquefield Cup, but in terms of what we watched Fabi just be head and shoulders above everybody else. Yeah. Both tournaments were very close, but despite all that, he still won both outright. Mm-hmm. And combining this with the kind of a year he had outside of these two tournaments in St. Louis, it really brings to mind the best years of the best players ever.
Right.
Fantastic to watch. And yeah, once again, thanks for having me here. Thanks for putting the show on the air, and enjoyed every moment of it.
Absolutely. And also the fact that Fabi wasn't in trouble in any of his games. It was like just either a smooth, easy sailing draw, or as we just saw, a smooth, easy sailing victory. Wow.
Yes. Yeah, what can we say about Fabi? I mean, what a performance he put in today. And
hold on, I gotta put you on the spot. Are we gonna see you back in 2024? You promised to come back?
I promise to come back.
You promise?
I promise.
Okay, loving it.
I never break my word either.
Thank you for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed the Grand Chess Tour 2023. We will be back for the Grand Chess Tour 2024. I hope they're streaming the gala because that will be a very, very nice event. And until we meet again.
Yep. Guys, it's been a privilege. I'd also like to thank the production crew and absolutely everyone involved. And also, last but not least, I'd like to thank everyone at home for being part of this journey and watching every move of the way. Until the next, goodbye.
Wonderful.
See you then.
Goodbye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.